broken system, chained and tangled up in lies. Voices shouting, screaming in defeat. Politicians playing games under darkened skies. Hope lost in the dust of the street. To anger, oh, the crowd gets loud. Punches flying in the blink of an eye. Truth buried deep beneath the shroud. Welcome to the bullpen, where the weak don't survive. These broken dreams we defend, trying to keep alive. Flashing perfect teeth, but behind those eyes just rotting greed. Politicians turn to whispers beneath. They all just get what they need. Whispering conspiracies, drowning in their lies. Echoes of freedom, lost in cries. Spin the wheel of fate, let's see who rise. But this game will bleed you dry. Welcome to the bullpen, where the weak will survive. These broken dreams we defend, trying to keep alive. Dreams we defend, trying to keep alive.
Oh, fine. I won't. Hey, everybody. It's Sunday night, so it's time for the bullpen, and nothing has happened this week worth mentioning, so it should be just a short 10-15 minute show.
Nothing.
Comix fell out of the scene. There.
Oh, okay. Hi. Nothing weird's going on. Everything's fine.
Nothing
Continue
since
on,
Tuesday
continue.
night when we did the watch along.
Yeah, continue about your daily business. Everything's cool. No big deal. Hi.
Everything's fine
crazy
here. How are you?
Yeah.
We should have that Han Solo.
Boring
clip from
conversation
Star
anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. Do we want to start with Iran or do we want to start with the State of the Union since you weren't here, Chad?
I don't know. Do we have a flock of seagulls clip ready? Ran so far,
Ran
away,
so
but
far
we couldn't get away.
Yeah, apparently
we
there was
can
a
start
shooting in Austin too.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about it.
It was a refugee
by an
who
Islamist.
became a citizen.
Wait, what?
It was a refugee from Senegal.
Oh,
He
really?
was wearing a shirt that said property of Allah and had an Iranian flag on his undershirt and went into some place and shot multiple people.
Damn.
So, yeah, that's the initial fallout of this. But I'm sure everybody's been paying attention and knows that we are now having a major operation against Iran for the last few days. Or,
I don't know if this is true. I heard they
days.
got the Ayatollah.
Oh, yeah.
Rock and rolla?
Yeah.
No.
They got the Ayatollah. They also got
Minajab.
Minajad. Yeah. I always have trouble with his name. Mahmoud. Former president of Iran.
He's a lot of former things now, Brahma.
Yes, he is.
Wow.
In a lot of pieces, too.
Indeed.
Now, I generally have a rule about not wanting to wish harm on people. Here's the caveat. If you took American hostages in 1979, reveled in it, tortured them, did all that kind of stuff, were heavily involved in bombing American service members in Beirut, don't feel so bad. Not one in, no, not at all.
We may have to pause this conversation and move to the State of the Union because special guest Kitty is here. And she can't say certain things
Hi,
where she's at.
everybody.
Morning.
Yes, sorry. Ooh, hi. Sorry, guys. I'm on my
Interesting
phone.
angle you found.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I've got some work to do, so I'm not going to be here for very long. But I'm very happy to be here. Hi, guys.
Yeah, good to have
Hello.
you. Why don't you introduce
I'm
yourself to everybody? Because I don't know that everybody knows you on my channel. So, although you're in the
yes,
chat quite often.
yes, I am in the chat quite often, but yeah, I'm usually getting ready for work at this hour. This is not the mic I'm speaking through. So
The
anyway,
AirPods.
yes, the reason that I got involved with you guys is through Zax.
Yeah.
But yeah, on my channel, I started off gaming, but I then went into diagramming debates. So that's what I started doing on my channel. But lately, I haven't been very active there on doing that. So I get involved in politics. Especially, I do enjoy American politics, guys. You guys are just very entertaining, and you do obviously affect the rest of the world.
We keep everybody
So-
on their toes, huh?
Indeed.
Yes, yes. So that is why I'm actually able to join right now. Thanks, America.
Yeah. Well,
Because
initially we had-
because I'm working from home today.
Nice. Well, we had initially invited
Mm.
you, and we'll probably keep it to this because of reasons for
Mhm.
you to talk about the State of the Union from a outsider's perspective. So,
Yeah,
what did you think of it overall?
I have not, guys. I've not gone into it, so I'm not prepped for this thing. So I thought we would actually move on to what's currently going on. What were you guys talking? I'll say what I
Oh,
can.
we were
and I'll let
talking
you guys
about
know
what was
I
going
can.
on with Iran, but I wasn't sure since it'll be a little bit anti-Islamic. I wasn't sure if you'd be able to
Okay,
talk
yeah,
about it.
that's no, I can't talk about that. No, I can't. But I can talk about what's going on the ground here.
Yeah.
We're just supposed to stay where we are mostly,
Yeah.
but other people are going. They're driving around. Everything is fine and normal for them. I think I heard a drone this morning, so it's a bit scary. I won't lie.
And you're in
But I
UAE right now?
understand what it's for. Yes, UAE
Okay.
Okay.
in Dubai. Hmm.
In Dubai.
So yes, so there's no there's not supposed to be any military bases, US bases around us. It's all supposed to be in Abu Dhabi, but there's still drones going around here, guys. So I'm
Yeah.
still not understanding. What we're officially told is they're not going for what's the name, civilian places, but I don't know.
Well, we know
About that.
accidents do happen on occasion, so
And we did see a
Yeah.
hotel, it looked like, took a hit yesterday.
It was a kitchen fire, guys. It was fine.
Uh-huh.
It's fine. Everything is fine, guys. It's all good. Come to Dubai.
Come to Dubai.
Mm.
I think I'll stay
It's all
here
good.
where I can say
Yeah.
what I want.
Good little call.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry I haven't caught up with everything. I've been stuck actually on this topic.
Yeah.
I've been monitoring the situation on Twitter, but basically you hear booms and things and you're like, okay, did that hit? What got hit? So that's basically all that I've been doing for the past few days.
For us
So
uneducated
I'm not-
Americans, in
Mhm.
relation to Iran, like what is the distances that we're dealing with here?
I don't know the distances, but I know that we are across the water from them. Just literally not across the water the way you guys are across from England, but we are straight across the Gulf. from them.
Yeah.
And they actually work out. Yeah, they are, and we're little compared to everybody else. Well, I suppose Bahrain is small, but yeah, we're definitely smaller than them, but we're a lot stronger. It seems like we have been able to. What do you call it? Intercept a lot of what's gone on. So even those things that you guys saw were it was debris falling.
Okay.
Is that not
Yeah.
what you
Well,
guys are told?
like what
It would
we
be
saw
interesting.
was what I've seen is a near miss on the Burj Khalifa. I've seen one that looked
Yes.
like it was a hotel getting hit, a direct hit, but
Mhm.
I'm not sure if that was there or, I mean, don't even know if half of the videos that we see are real from right now or from
They've seen a
5,
fake one
6
Some
too.
years
other,
ago,
yeah, some other
or
thing.
AI. So
Yep.
hmm There was an AI one that they were trying to show explosions on the ground, which is just not what's happening. That things are getting knocked in. Whatever there has been, well, I guess yeah, there was a drone that didn't detonate upon impact. It just flew in to something.
yeah,
But then again, I don't know if that's true because of AI. But the one AI thing that I did see, and I knew it was AI, was it exploded, and then you see the explosion, and then all of a sudden, just from one frame to the next, we've just got a different explosion in it. I understand explosions are pretty fast, but yeah, just the way that looked. The old explosion was gone, guys. Whatever flames was there, no, it was gone.
Do you remember the
And
Ghost of
people spread
Kiev
this
hoax that
stuff.
happened when
Oh
Russia
yes, I do
invaded?
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy, and that, I mean, turned out to be a huge freaking hoax. And I guess it was like video game footage or something.
Yeah. I guess what I need to do is not perpetuate all of these things. I don't know. The only things
Yeah.
I can verify are the things that I've seen, and it's not much. Thank goodness.
what is local news saying
So
about it?
yeah, guys, talk. I'll comment. Sorry,
What has local news
what
been saying
is?
on it? Local news?
That's what they've been saying. That's
Nothing.
what they've been saying.
Okay,
Just
got it.
nothing?
They've just said we're safe, we're fine, we're going to be okay. We there and of course the response of we deserve the right we reserve the right to defend ourselves, and the stuff that you guys have heard there, the statements, the official statements, but otherwise it's really just yeah,
Yeah.
not
Just
too
business
sure
as
what
usual?
like. Yeah, trying to keep it a business as usual. But right now, we've got a lot of stuff, like people are not being evicted from hotels and things because
Okay.
people are stuck here. We can't do this. So it's kind of like going into a kind of what do you want to call it? A lockdown-esque,
Right.
but
You're basically
still,
shelter
it's
in
not that
place.
official.
Mhm.
Basically shelter in
Yeah,
place,
I
but
can say
business goes on somewhat as usual. Just not going into the office.
yes. It's weird. Yes, like it's kind of like we went. I went to go and just stock up on some food because we don't know if deliveries are going to continue, and we rely on delivery for all of our meal services and everything. So I'll go downstairs, which is literally I've got a supermarket downstairs. There's
Nice.
just no water, no everything. So everybody's done that kind of rush of get your stuff together and prepare. Yeah, so
Hi, my name's
yeah,
Everybody
Ian.
else.
I would like to
we do
introduce you
have.
to the virtues of prepping. It's very important, especially in circumstances like this.
What
Yes.
what would you put in your bag and whatever? Because I've got a bag ready. It's got some clothes in. I've got medication. I've got my passports, and that's about it. But I don't know where we would go. In any case,
Perfect question for
just
comics because
just
he's a
hanging out.
prepper.
It
Better have
depends
some
on
of
where
those
you're
iodine
headed.
Yeah.
pills.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, anything from
Mm.
like 3 days to a week's worth of food, if you're able to, depending on what you have, you should have. I have
Mhm.
several bug out bags. There is one I keep in my truck when I travel around a bit. But typically, if you're able to have a knife, I'd have a knife, something you can cut. Basically, the 3 C's: cut, cordage, and shoot, as I forget the other one. But a lot of it is you want to make sure you have something that where you can start a fire if you need to start a fire, something to be able to boil water in. If you're able to carry water, a liter more if you're able to. There's some like really good energy bars you can get. There's also these things called
Might I
Those
suggest
were
the
all
life
gone.
straws? Because
Yeah,
if
life
you
straws
can't, much
or
less
backup.
weight to carry than a lot of water. If you can
Mm.
get because the high end life straws, you can just
Well,
put
there's
in a
no water
pond and
around
just
here.
suck it out.
But yeah,
Mm.
what else? Obviously, matches, a lighter. Like I said, cordage is always good because if you need to tie something, you can also use it as a fire starting material. But yeah, it's there are YouTube videos that can tell you about all the stuff, but really what you need to do is you
All
need
of
to
this
tailor
stuff.
it to your environment. And obviously, since you're in the UAE, which is a desert, you're gonna a lot of water, right? That's probably one of the most important things for you
That's
guys to
why
carry.
it was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anything that you can
We
use to
would
boil water as well, if you find anything.
a camelback.
Yeah, camelbacks are good.
Hey, Davina.
But yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of different things. I mean, if you're able to get like a shelter, like a tarp or a tent, that's always good to have. But like I said, it also depends on your environment. I always have a gun in my bug out bag because, well, I live in Texas, and that might not be doable in your situation. But yeah, something that you can defend yourself, a knife if possible, even if it's just a stick, something that you could be used as a club. Is better than nothing. But yeah, make sure you have
Yeah.
spare socks. That's important. Shoes that you can walk around in for long periods of time. Obviously,
Yeah,
you
I
don't
thought
want
about that. Yeah.
you don't want flip flops. Yeah, multi tool is good. Well, yeah, we already covered perishable food. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. You can go for something like
Head
completely
covering.
Too
crazy.
much.
Yeah. So obviously sunscreen, something to cover your head, to keep the sun off you. Yeah.
Deserts, yeah.
It depends on how heavy you want to
Definitely
go.
underprepared in that. Yeah, I know it's all. I don't know. Yeah, I think we would be trying to get out, but then again, there are places we can go that are just less populated that nobody's interested in.
Mhm.
And the first aid kit, yeah, all of those things. I've just got that, but it's always good
Well,
to speak to
the other thing
preppers.
too that you want
Okay.
to get is a tourniquet too. Anything that first aid kits are great, but there's other trauma stuff that you might
But
want to
of
have like a
course,
like a
They have
tourniquet.
the new model tourniquet stuff for first aid kits are so handy. Have you seen them?
No, I have not.
They're like super portable and do the job much better than belts and just the rubber bands and things. They actually have like a plastic twist tool built into it so that it can cut off. But
Self-cinching.
especially I would say
oh,
also
cool.
where you're located, you're going to need a thumper, a still suit, and
Yes.
you're going to need to make sure you walk without rhythm
Yeah.
so you don't attract the
Oh,
worm.
well, that's fine. I walk really, really spastic, so it's fine. We're
Just
good.
remember,
rhythm.
Walk really
find
spastic.
find the Fremen for the desert power.
Yeah.
Don't forget cash. That the ATMs, yeah, if you
Yeah.
were busy.
But a lot of the
Cash
like the
over there,
important stuff.
people are walking around with like gold bars.
Yeah.
So
But a lot of the stuff
There's
that
no-
you've already
yeah.
mentioned is what I would tell you to get: ID, passport, stuff like that, medication, things that are important to your day-to-day life. But the big thing
And
is
I
when it
would say
comes
if
to
you can have
comfort,
a second
clean
or
socks,
third
clean underwear,
passport, get
that's
one of
always
those.
important.
Those are always good. What is
Iron
this
Man
going to be
suit.
like for Forrest Gump, where it's like make sure you have clean socks, clean dry socks?
Yeah. Well, that's actually pretty important. No.
Being in America, my bug out bag consists mainly of different calibers,
Yes.
because that's my food supply. Because
It's
if you
feeling
have
like we lost
food,
Kit A.
I have food. And if you have a life straw, I have a life straw. because you won't need it anymore. But my
It's
family
really funny
will.
because one of my friends was like that. It's like, dude, it's like he's making jokes about his neighbor who's no lady. And she's like, oh, I'll just take her stuff. I was like, what happens if that old lady has a gun and knows how to use it? And you go in and take her stuff and she kills you and then
Well, the main
eats your
thing
corpse
is
and
in a
takes your
state
Go
stuff.
with the Alex Jones method. I will
Yeah.
eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
I feel like he didn't think that phrase through when he said it.
I know.
But the main thing in a survival scenario, first thing you have to do is not hold true to traditional empathy or compassion.
Yeah.
Your unit is all you need to keep alive at that point. And if you come upon people who have items you need and you don't know them, take what you need, make sure your unit survives. That's what I'm going to say. You can make sure your unit is as big as you need to effectively do that. Make friends in the neighborhood. Make sure you guys have like magazine size and caliber choices.
Yeah.
And then you can form small groups, roving
That's why I
militias, if you
like
will.
the term perfect pairing with firearms. And it's like if you have a Glock, you can get a AR-9 that takes Glock magazines. And that's a perfect pairing right there. So you only have one set of magazines that you need to worry about.
Well, that's true. Like for instance, I have my kits. I believe in combo kits. You want to have a carbine and a pistol that are the same caliber. So I have
Yeah.
a 357 revolver that I can pair with a 357 lever action. I have this is gonna yeah. Speaking of no exotic, I have 5.7 pistols I can pair with 5.7 carbines that use the same magazines. I have now in 9mm. I don't have a 9mm rifle. I think that's kind of bougie. I would rather
I have a
if
9mm carbine.
I would have with my 9mm combos. I'm either gonna rock my one of my 5.56 rifles, or I would go with the Beretta 1301 semi-automatic shotgun. Both of those are my options to pair depending on the bag build.
Zach,
And
I have a pool ball and a sock.
Yeah.
Sad Canadians.
I have my CZ Scorpion, which would probably end up being just my sidearm.
Oh,
and I would
I'd
actually give my pistol to my wife.
So here's the thing: people talk about you can't have exotic, you shouldn't have exotic calibers, and then they'll have a
That's a
fucking
9mm.
CZ Scorpion, which has proprietary goddamn magazines. So
It has proprietary magazines, but it's still a 9mm.
yeah, but the magazine, I understand when people are rocking ones that take Glock mags because okay, you can get Glock mags in whatever size you want, and they're going to be compatible with your Glock 2. That's great. But if CZ Scorpion, like they're weird little pistol caliber magazines that are designed to look like AR magazines, but aren't quite AR magazines, I don't like. I'm not a fan. I like the rifle. I mean, as a pistol caliber carbine, PCC, as they call them in the 2A group world, but they're very niche. Now, I say this having a Ruger LC Charger in 5.7, which is as niche. Like 5.7 is like the weird bougie round, but I like having a rifle round in my pistol. It's nice. So plus it takes the same magazines.
Oh yeah,
as
5.7s are pretty nice. Those are nice.
5.7 is effectively 5.56 in a
Light.
pistol.
Yeah.
And if you get the right, and here's the fun thing, if you're willing to pay a little bit more per box of ammunition, you can get the one that'll penetrate level 3A armor out of a pistol. So you have to spend the money on, like, I'm not using that and when I go to range day, but I'm in my bag loadouts for when I'm concerned something STF, SHTF.
Mm-hmm.
That's the magazines I have in there with my, you can tell by the tip color of your 5.7 which one is. They make FN
green
makes
tip.
it easy that way. Yeah. Whereas you can do blue tip for varmint hunting, or you can do AAC or Fiochi, depending on how you pronounce it, for range day. Don't get the American. American 5.7 is terrible. It malfunctions. They don't reuse they don't get the casings right. It'll just misfeed constantly. Brahma lives in Colorado, so he lost the right to have a lot of this fun stuff a while back.
Yep.
No, I've got an AR.
ARs are nice.
I'm about to lose it. I'm in Virginia. I'm about to lose the right to get new stuff, but luckily
No,
I
you're
ordered
not.
all my stuff.
No,
I'm
you're not.
grandfathered in.
Did you see the law that they are trying to pass in Virginia about the you cannot possess a gun if you're under 21 unless you're with an adult?
So here's the other thing. They're going to make it a felony to not have your gun secured in a home if you have minors or people who are barred from having weapons. That sort of makes sense, but they're
Right,
being
but
very ambiguous.
do you
in
know
how
what's
they're
funny
like-
about the under 21 ban though? So
It's already been
you
ruled
have to be with an
unconstitutional.
adult. You have to be with an adult. But in Virginia, it's 18 is an adult. So you can't possess a gun if you're under 21 unless you're with an adult, and an adult is an 18-year-old person.
Well, that's not that's not quite accurate. There's plenty of carve outs for 21. See alcohol, Brahma. Where we have divided up the age of majority at different levels, but
Then
it's
they should be more deliberate with their wording then.
What's going to really be annoying as fuck is they're going to make me have to now secure and lock up ammunition. Like, I mean, I already have like a little, cabinet for my ammo boxes because it just makes it easier to sort and have a place to go for it. Now it has to be locked anytime there's a minor in the house. Like, under the way the law is worded, even if I have if a loose round, so Comix, you might know this, like if you go to the range, loose rounds sometimes just float in your bag.
Right.
It happens.
Mhm.
That would be a class 3 misdemeanor because technically, if I brought that back into the house with my son in the house, I will have unsecured ammunition with a minor in the home. It's so
Ridiculous.
stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, basically the entire western and panhandle, western, like Shenandoah, part of Virginia and panhandle, all the sheriffs have already come out and said, fuck off. We're not enforcing any of this. No, we're not doing any of it.
Right.
So, now, which leads into, I mean, I guess we can get back to, I guess we really didn't go over the State of the Union. You did a show on it. So,
Yeah,
there's
we did a
that,
show
but-
on it, but we never
yeah.
got your take on it because you weren't able to join us for the show.
So this is the thing that I really like. People, I know that some of the criticism on the State of the Union was that it was long, it was a little incoherent. Like, it's Trump, right? But what it was is what people don't understand is Trump was creating individual memeable soundbite moments. It's because
And-
nobody
and
yeah.
baiting the left,
Yep.
the Democrats
yeah.
into
Well,
being idiots.
Yeah, so he's creating, so he doesn't care. Like, he knows that most like checked out people aren't watching 2 hours of State of the Union. But what they will see
Viewers
is
of the bullpen did.
well, yeah, I'm talking about like our
They
people
hung
are,
with us.
well, that's because viewers of the bullpen are a little, above average here. We got the high quality people. We are not Chicago public school, students over here in the bullpen.
We're not a Leering
Chestnut.
Center.
Yeah,
Right.
Leering Center. It's sad. The people who ran that center probably make way more every year than I do.
Oh yeah,
So,
they definitely
um,
did.
so I think in that regard, it was brilliant. Like, having the hockey players, having the stuff, doing the clips where he's like, Jesus, you won't even stand for that. Like, what's
Right.
wrong?
That
These
part was
people are crazy.
Freaking funny. What, you won't stand for that?
I learned nothing. So it was highly effective because that's
I
the
thought it
new
was one of
point.
his more coherent speeches.
Well,
I didn't
yeah,
think it was
mm.
all that rambling for him. He
Yeah.
stayed on the teleprompter for the most part, except for when he was veering off just a little bit, and then he got right back onto the teleprompter,
Yeah, I mean, I think
which
we
is
talked
very unusual for him.
I think we talked about it on the show Friday. I loved when he broke out when he had the warrant guy show up. Comics, we were going over like the board, his board with all the awards. It's like that's a board that says "fuck around and find out." Like this guy's done a lot of shit. He's got his like pilot's wings. He's got the airborne,
The pilot that got the Medal of Honor.
The Medal of Honor. He's a Warrant Officer 5, which is the unicorn's unicorn, where he doesn't have to do shit. Like nobody's telling him what to do ever. He's just showing up and doing his job. Now, all that being said, I thought it was highly effective, but now it's going to be completely. The Trump administration already moves at such lightning pace in terms of stories, but within 2 days, operations commencing. In by the way, I got to give credit to Trump because the names they've been picking for their operations are just much better than than this. I mean, this one is what it's operations is like Swift Fury or something like that.
Epic Fury.
Epic Fury. I want to have Sporking on here because it sounds like something out of Game of Thrones where one of the house's words was like, "Ours is the Fury." This is like the Storm people.
Right.
I was like, that's a good operational name. So now we've replaced all of the stuff. Now, whether now we're having the open rebellion on the right on the new media on that, but I'm much calmer now versus the first time because we've seen the strategy play out. Trump's not committing troops to the ground. He's using it to exploit for the goals that he has.
Swift, hit hard, get out.
Yeah, and I believe that the greater strategy with Iran, in the context of what we just did in Venezuela, is to box in China in terms of their oil supply. China feeds on oil and coal more than anything. And, they say we've built all this other stuff, good for them, but they still need lots of coal, lots of oil, and lots of all these other things. And they get their oil was coming from Venezuela and mostly Iran, actually.
Yep.
And so we are going to be now effectively in control. So the next time they try to dick around with rare earth minerals when he's doing these things, Trump can say, "I'll see your rare earth and I'm going to raise you crude oil." We'll just sell. Yeah. And I also think he's triangulating because he still wants to make the deal with Putin because Putin would rather sell his oil to Europe. He's made a point of it. He's built the pipelines. He's done all these other things. He wants to sell to Europe because they are not. Russia and China don't trust each other at all. And so he'd rather just, get European money for his oil out of Russia than help China in any way, shape, or form. So I think the end game is also, and it was no surprise, Putin came out right after the Iran operation and said, "I'm willing to accept U.S. security guarantees in Ukraine now." That was immediately floated. So I think Trump is always operating from a bigger movement, and people are getting mad, and I get it because they're like, no more foreign wars, but there's a difference, right? And I've started, it took me a while because I was jaded from the Bush
a quick
years
operation
too.
is different than
a prolonged war.
Well, I don't even need
sure this may go on a couple weeks.
Well, I don't even care. Like if we're still just bombing and doing stuff, if we're not doing boots on the ground and we just do a no-fly, whatever, and this goes on like 18 months, it's still not the same issue as long as we're not trying to rebuild. And if I hear capture Hardenston mines, that's when I'm out.
Right.
As long as but Trump doesn't do that.
He's
stuff.
calling
Trump
on
says,
them
"I'm going
to
to
do
bomb
their
the
own
shit out of
regime
you."
change.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's exactly what we want. We do not need to be the facilitators of regime change.
Let the Persians
if they already have a revolution and we're supporting the people that want the help from us, I'm completely fine with that. As long as we're not embroiling us in another fucking 30-year war.
Here you go, Brahma.
Yeah.
That's That was courtesy, by the way, of Release the McCracken. You
Yeah.
got that one right on there. That is the official call out for the bullpen here. If you want more yeah-yeahs or any of that good stuff, please super check, because Brahma's been working on new options for you. Because he
Yeah, they're
didn't
not
like the way.
uploaded yet.
Yeah. So I guess you're just going to have to listen to Sydney Sweeney say my name much nicer than Brahma's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arr.
Now, what I was going to also say, because I saw this was a quote that just came out with, I guess, Jonathan Karl did an interview briefly with the president. And this was this, if this doesn't tell you, President Trump told him, quote, "The attack was so successful, it knocked out most of the candidate," when he was asking about who would take over Iran. It knocked out most of the candidates. It's not going to be anybody that we were thinking of, because they're all dead.
They're all
Second
dead.
and third place is dead. So like he's like,
Wow.
we managed to wipe
It's like
out
the top
second-
40 are dead already.
Yeah.
So
So
Israel did a very good job on that side of it.
well, that was Khomeini being retarded. So there's a famous story.
Let's have one last party.
There's a famous story about like in the 1950s, the mob got together for like a meeting of all the families for the first time ever, and
Right.
the FBI immediately raided it once they got wind that this was happening. Like it's like, why would you ever put all of these people in the same room? Like, so Khomeini knows that the U.S. and Israel are looking to take out your program, and he got everybody in one room. It was like
him and 40 of his top people, at least 40.
Yeah. So I would say that the example of what Trump wants to do is what we did in Venezuela. He wants to take someone who he would have preferred somebody who was mid-level in the existing regime that could come in and use the existing infrastructure to maintain the like outflow of oil, but under US management, and do all this other and maintain continuity while making the changes to align with the US vision of what should be happening. So like in Venezuela, we left Maduro's vice president got to now be in charge, but what is she doing? The oil is being sold into our holding company that's now distributing, and we've got and political prisoners are being released. Like all the things we are saying is like should be happening are happening, but at the same time, we didn't create a giant sucking vacuum in Venezuela like we did in Iraq that caused 4 or 5 different groups to start civil warring each other, and with sectarian violence and all this other shit that was terrible. You don't want to create a true vacuum. You want to maintain continuity while moving to the changes. It's like what we did when we took over after World War II in Japan, and we were doing it. We didn't kill everybody who was there. The Emperor of Japan, who was the emperor before, was still the emperor after. Like we kept continuity so that the people could start moving towards what we said is the way we want you to be going forward. And that's why I'm a little more comfortable with this, because it takes a lot to kind of like you're always like, if you're if we were abused as a country for 3 decades in terms of political leadership with wars where they didn't want to win them. They wanted to just again win hearts and minds and do all this touchy-feely bullshit. They did
Bring
rules
democracy to the Middle East.
If you want a good indication of the difference between Trump and before, look at what happened to that embassy in Pakistan. Right? So
yeah, actually, we've got the video of that. So
yeah,
What happened to the embassy in Pakistan?
They tried to rush it, and this isn't Obama's government anymore. So we didn't get a Benghazi. We got the slaughtering of 22 people trying to rush the embassy.
Oh,
our boys just opened fire.
Yeah, it's back online, but work is also so. So differences.
That's all right.
Comics.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
We'll have you on for a real show at some point, Kit Day.
Yeah. So in comics, this was in how do you say it? Kandahar, whatever, Pakistan. Whatever. It was our embassy in Pakistan,
Karachi, Pakistan.
Karachi, and it was like disguised as a protest, but it was armed militants getting ready to try to Benghazi in response.
And let me guess, it didn't go their way.
No, because this time the Marines were under orders to not take shit, and they immediately started firing into the crowd when they started doing this stuff.
Which there is video of that, but I did not bring that one in just because I think YouTube will probably have a problem with us showing people actually shooting other people.
Apparently they've relaxed some of that stuff, as long as it's not glorifying violence and whatnot, and we're discussing it. I think you can.
Yes,
right.
Anyway, but the idea, what came out of it is that the U.S. soldiers are under the rules of engagement, so to speak. Now,
this is not Benghazi.
If they're coming at you, if they are coming at you in a threatening manner, you don't have to wait for them to shoot first. You don't have to do it. You defend U.S. territory.
Got it.
And now there's people like, there's 26 dead protesters. Like, no.
Oh no.
There were 26
They're not protesters.
They were 26 armed militants trying to take over U.S. And you remember, that's U.S. sovereign territory.
Yeah.
So when they do that shit, that's what's going to happen. And that's what's happening. We are seeing for the first time
our military being allowed to operate.
Yeah, since Reagan, I would say. Because I think into George H.W. Bush's term, we did Panama really kind of shock and awe, get our job done and then get out. But by Kuwait, we kind of started dicking around a little bit. Now, with Kuwait, with the first Iraq war, Colin Powell, being a veteran of Vietnam, was still emphatic about what are our objectives, what do we do when we achieve the objective, and then we're not sticking around afterwards. So and that's why the reason they decided not to go into Iraq and topple Saddam was they didn't want to create a power vacuum in the Middle East, because we weren't prepared to nation build. And so that would have been a problem, because their concern at the time was that if we overturn the Saddam Hussein regime in Iraq and we're not prepared to nation build, Iran is going to sweep in with their money and take over. And what happened when we did the second war in Iraq? Who was the primary funder of all the civil war and violence in Iraq against our troops? It was Iran. They were the ones funding and supplying mostly with the bombs and landmines and things that were blowing up our soldiers. So it's the first time really
Iran has
Panama.
always been behind state-funded terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So effectively, it's the first time since Panama that under Trump 2.0, and he's being a lot freer, by the way, with doing shit. Like in Trump 2.0 with Hegseth and Vance and Tulsi, he feels, I think, much more comfortable that the people in the cabinet have his back about the way he wants to do his operations. So he's much more comfortable using the force to just do the shit he wants to get done and then get out. And I think that I would also have a suspicion that board of peace that's overseeing Gaza, once we figure out who the 3rd, 4th, or 15th down the line that's going to kind of be running Iran, I wouldn't be surprised if the board of peace, which is made up of Middle Eastern countries mostly, would swing in there and be given the assignment to kind of be the overseeing body for the transition with the Iranian government. I think
Seems
that
likely.
I feel like that was also groundwork he wanted to have in place to do the next step in Iran.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing Trump has been setting up dominoes and now he's starting to flick them over. Because like I've said for months, it seems like he's trying to future-proof us from war by just handling everything right now in a second term. You fix the economy as much as you can, but you also take pretty much all the foreign policy off the table.
Yeah.
And if we control most of the oil or have control over who is controlling the oil, then you really have all the bargaining chips you ever need.
Oh my god, I just see this tweet. Did you see Russia's statement? Because I guess they have a alliance technically with Iran.
No, the only thing what does it say?
It's all right. So this was when asked about it. This is the Kremlin spokesman because they asked, "Will Russia be assisting Iran under the Allied Treaty?" And they said, "No, Russia will not be assisting on Iran under the Allied Treaty because it was signed with Ayatollah Ali Khamenei." And
And
quote,
he's dead.
no, the quote was, "And where is he now?"
Right.
So it's like, well, we're not going to have to. We agreed to help the Ayatollah, but he's gone now, so we don't have to help.
That's a good way to weasel out of that.
I love this tweet. Patrick Bet David, Iran's former president, Ahmadinejad, was scheduled to appear on the podcast, but his team canceled last minute due to concerns for his safety. It turns out their concerns might have been justified.
Wow.
Because he's dead too.
Yeah. Oh no, what happened? I mean, I Matt Walsh actually had a pretty good take on this. That a lot of people were like, "Yeah, we're not going to cry for the bad guys in Iran getting taken down," but at the same time, people are hesitant about yet another war. Like, yeah, I can agree with that. That is my concern, is us being drawn into something longer lasting and worse than we've seen in the past. But as we've seen with the previous engagements, Trump is like, hit him hard, hit him fast, get in, get out.
Trump doesn't do war.
No.
Trump takes actions.
Yeah.
Now, what we should be more concerned about is all the people that have been let into this country over the past 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
Because there are probably some sleeper cells.
Yeah. That's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a huge problem.
And I mean, when you're killing Khamenei, I mean, it's not an exact, comparison, but that's almost like, taking out the Pope in the Catholic Church. It's almost like taking out the Pope of Islam. So there's going to be a whole bunch of Islamists that are pissed off.
Yeah. That is true.
But it doesn't seem like most of the Middle Eastern countries are all that on board with Iran and don't seem to be having a problem with us taking these actions. But we also proved our military can pretty much do whatever the hell it wants.
As long as we have competent people and not women with 2 moms.
Yeah. And the other, recruiting is up. I mean, huge. So.
Well, that's good. Yeah. I mean, because I know it was severely down under Biden.
Oh yeah, but it's up like 3,600% or something like that. It's crazy.
So
like they're actually hitting their recruitment numbers for the first, actually exceeding recruitment numbers for the first time in a long time.
It's amazing.
Well, like it goes along with this comment. Like, I suspect Trump can do war just fine. It'll just happen to be total war instead of 2 hands behind our back. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our troops do have the best capability and training in the world by far. But the problem is we had neutered them. So they looked like almost an ineffective fighting force. And I think all right, so if you're Iran and your experience with the US military for the last 25 to 40 years was how they were operating in the Middle East under those rules of engagement, and the little bitch made, flag officers who were running the military previously.
The rules of engagement being
I'm not,
strict.
I could completely understand how in that context the Revolutionary Guard thought they might have actually been capable of taking that kind of military. The difference is we did, it's the same military, but they don't have to worry about being questioned about, like, why'd you shoot? Why didn't you pull the fire suppression system? All silly questions that that some JAG officer would sit you down and start making you feel like you're being interrogated for doing your job.
Mhm.
Now we've got a president who's like, fucking A. Look at this. Look, I'm going to bring that warrant officer. He planned the Maduro raid. We black bagged that son of a bitch. And look at him, Medal of Honor. Like, there's a difference, right? And the military feels that difference. The rank and file feel the difference. The people going to enlist feel the difference. There's a reason that they've always been going after Hegseth. Probably him and I would say Tulsi, and Vance are the ones that they are going hardest at all the fucking time. The only reason they're not going as hard at Rubio is because they don't know which job he's doing to attack.
Speaking of, Eric Myers celebrated his 16 months of membership. Thank you, sir. With "Has anyone done the Marco Rubio realizing he has to become leader of Iran" meme? Oh yeah, I think Rubio has been put in every uniform possible at this point.
It's pretty funny.
And then he gave us yet another memeable pose on the State of the Union.
He did.
So
it was funny.
I mean, I'm not sure where else to take it other than there are a lot of people losing their freaking minds on Twitter about it. Like, losing their minds, and you would think that they would have learned by now. But you also have at least what Keri and them call the woke right. They seem to be upset with it because A, Trump said he wasn't going to start any wars. We've already dealt with that. But B, everything is about Israel to them right now. And believe it or not, we can take this action in conjunction with Israel without it being Israel telling us what to do, because
Right.
we're the ones who are actually doing it. Israel's there with us, but that doesn't mean that Israel is telling Trump what to do or when to do it. They're helping with intelligence and muscle. And they're going to take the brunt of everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that crowd is getting to be very annoying. Everything is Israel all the time. The Jews, the Jews, the Jews.
Yeah.
I can disagree with Israel on a few things.
Wait,
but
were we having Candace
when it
on the
literally
show for
turns
something?
into everything, yeah. I mean, the Candace Owens
Zionism,
crowd.
Brahma Zionism.
Oh, we could do our Candace clip of the week real quick, since that sounds like something she would say. I don't know if you guys saw this one. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but it's a short clip, and it's hilarious.
Is
because
it
tells
the
you
Jews
just how
killing
dumb she is.
Charlie Kirk again, or
No,
is it space Jews that killed Charlie Kirk?
This is just her showing how absolutely dumb she really is. So,
okay, I have to tell you guys something before we get into comments, because I need to know that I'm not the only person who didn't know this. Okay, I didn't know this, but also Savannah didn't know this, so at least two of us didn't know this. I was on a walk with my husband, and it was thundering, I think, and I was like, oh, no big deal, we can keep walking because there's no lightning. And he was like, what do you mean by that? And I said, like, it's just thunder. Lightning is the problem. And then my husband was like, that it can't thunder without lightning, right? That thunder is the sound of lightning. My mind was completely blown. I promise you, in my 35 years of living.
She didn't know that lightning generates the sound of thunder.
Oh my God. I mean, does this woman fail a basic science class or silence class? I mean, she should have taken a silence class, but a science class? Sorry, I've been drinking bourbon.
No, she didn't take the science class. She was busy taking architecture.
Architecture.
Yeah.
To become an architect. Yeah, so there's our Candace is an idiot scene for the week.
It's like when
I couldn't let that one get by.
AOC was talking about garbage disposals and how she didn't know what a garbage disposal was.
Yeah. Oh, people are dumb. So if we hadn't had the stuff popping off in Iran, we would have been talking about the State of the Union and the counter State of the Union that was going on, because we do have some clips from that. And then we would have been talking about Gavin Newsom, because we closed last week's show with his I'm just like you, I'm dumb.
Yeah. Hey,
And
black
then
people.
videos
apparently
have
that
popped
was
up
a-
of
it-
him reading books or claiming to read like a 300-page book in like 2 hours. So
Well, the funny thing is that apparently that crowd was not just black people. So
I believe the majority of it was. It was in Atlanta. But
white people in Atlanta.
either way, just doing the whole, yeah, I'm just like you. I'm not all that smart. It doesn't matter which crowd you're speaking to.
Well, no, it's still condescending nonetheless. But
Yeah.
hi, I'm a retard. I'm trying to relate to you.
Yep.
Are you calling the audience retards? That's like the first thing I would have done if I was that guy. So are you saying the audience is dumb and you're dumb just like them?
That's pretty much what he's saying.
Yeah.
So let's check out a little bit of that counter event from the State of the Union. Remember when frogs used to be like the QAnon thing?
No, I didn't realize the frogs were QAnon.
Pepe the
thing.
Frog.
Well, no, that was an alt-right thing, or got labeled as an alt-right thing with Pepe.
Yeah.
I'm a mother. I am a physician, and I have
Now
a flag.
apparently the left is obsessed with frogs
and I am the
just
proud
dressing as furries
representative
altogether.
for Oregon's 3rd Congressional District. Yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
pause.
Thank you.
Why are they dressed as frogs?
I don't know that
Is
anybody knows.
it because they're turning the frogs gay, and the Democrats are gay?
Could be. I don't know what their idea was with this.
But
And
none of those are
tonight,
Pepe frogs, so they're not
I
based.
defy Trump and his authoritarian project by standing in joyful,
Okay, pause it.
radical, peaceful resistance.
Mhm.
Okay, what authoritarian project is she referring to? Because this is the problem I have when people start calling, "Oh, you're an authoritarian fascist." Okay, can you cite the example of the fascism, please? Or the
Yeah, it'd be nice. They
authoritarianism?
just throw out the word.
I mean, because
again, the word has no meaning anymore.
yeah, because the whole thing going on in Iran, okay, the Iranian government is very authoritarian. But you guys seem to be, hey, let's not do bad things to this authoritarian regime. But Trump's an authoritarian fascist. Yeah, start making sense, please. It would be nice.
With the Portland Frog Brigade.
The Portland Frog Brigade.
Oh, this is beginning to make a lot more sense now.
So we had that going on. Then we've
Who the
got
hell
this
is
idiot.
If they're
I'm
dressed as
fresh out of an
amphibians,
ice-
can you call them furries?
I think so. I think it's within the rules.
I'm fresh out of an ICE prison in Minneapolis. I've been arrested 3 times by ICE over
Okay, pause it.
absurdity, over us being ourselves.
Okay, now I get the frog thing. State of the swamp. Okay, that's why they're dressed as frogs.
I guess.
It's still fucking retarded.
Soul Assassin, why do the frogs have an O mouth?
You know exactly
over
why.
me singing songs like, "Hey, Mr. Tangerine Man, get rid of brown people for me. I'm Aryan white. There ain't no place I'm going to." And then all of a sudden, he's not ready for primetime player ICE agents with 2 weeks of training
Is he wearing
come
pink
after
panties?
me.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't saying things.
Yep. And a purse.
I got arrested in Portland. I got arrested in Minneapolis in the last
Yes.
3 weeks twice.
Hey, Tate,
But they
it's
can't.
real.
It's real. This
this
was
is Portland.
happening as part of their protest of the State of the Union.
Okay, Portland is probably the most fucked up city in the United States, and I live in Texas, and Austin's pretty fucked up, but Portland's worse. Okay. It's so bad there. They actually went and co-opted the slogan for Austin, which was "Keep Austin Weird," and they started saying "Keep Portland Weird" because Portland started suffering from the same shit that Austin was suffering from in the 90s, which is California's moving in.
Which was
And taking over.
the weird ones.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
weird ones. Yeah.
Erase a movement. All right? What I went through is
Oh, pause it real quick.
1/1000th.
Okay, so just to show you how weird Portland is, there is actually a famous photograph of a Portland mayor flashing a statue. I mean, it
that
was
makes sense.
artistic, but yeah, like legit. That it was actually the mayor flashing a statue. It's pretty funny. Portland's a
See,
weird place.
Robbie's asking the right questions. How is he getting to all these protests? Who's paying for all these protests?
Oh, you know, Robbie, you know.
Because we also saw today, suddenly all the protests are combining in places like New York, and they've already got signs made up for the Iran situation, like professionally made signs, full banners, everything.
Keep the authoritarian regime. Keep the authoritarian regime. Wait, what?
No war in Iran.
Of a lot of marginalized people and what they have to go through in those ICE detention
Shut
centers.
the fuck up.
And I want to tell you
I don't
something
care
right now.
anymore.
There's an
I really
announcement.
don't.
Pumpkin Spice Satan is making his way
Oh, that was
to the
funny.
State of the
Pumpkin Spice
Union.
Satan.
So you know what we're going to do? We're going to rev up the show right now. We're giving out prizes. We're going to have bingo. We're going to storm the White House with love.
And we're gonna have
and
dildos.
compassion.
Yeah. then we've got-
Hey, speaking
Can
of
someone
compassion, how's all
isolate
that
that
compassion
line
going
from
for that Tourette's
comics?
guy? Sorry, what was that, Chad?
But I need someone to isolate the dildos line you just did.
Clip it.
Why is the crotch fleshy? That was my question too.
Yeah, no, I don't know why he's wearing his underwear on the outside. Maybe he thinks he's a superhero for being arrested multiple times. And then I haven't actually watched this one, but of course this is, De Niro. So it's.
I was
gotta
going to
be
ask,
full
is that De
PBS.
Niro or Bernie Sanders? I can't tell anymore.
Yeah, that's De Niro at their event giving a speech, because that's
I hate
not
Trump.
lowering yourself way down from where you once were.
He's a pumpkin spice fascist, and I hate fascists, and I'm a low IQ actor. Listen to my opinions because they're important.
And this, like I said, I haven't listened to this one, so I'm just expecting that my gut will be right about it.
Our country, as President Lincoln reminded us, is meant to be a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The people. Tragically, we're now
Better
in a
hear
country
legally.
of, by, and for a handful of dishonest, greedy, and cruel authoritarians.
I'm sorry. Where were you during Biden when he was forcing people to stay in their homes and get vaccines that were not necessary? Where the fuck
He
were
was
you,
screaming
dude?
the loudest about it.
Where the fuck were you? Oh, you were for all that. Never mind. I'm
For
sorry.
it.
My bad.
Yeah.
I'll shut up now.
So, love our country? Let me ask you.
No, you
Can
love
you love a
fascism.
country where our neighbors are shot
Authoritarian.
down in the streets by masked government thugs? No. Can you love a country that denies health care for tens of millions of our fellow citizens?
I'm sorry. Where
Can you
is
love
that
a-
happening?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What
I thought we got
what healthcare is
Obamacare to
being
take care of
denied?
all that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about abortion, not healthcare. Okay, got it.
Talking about abortion, talking about non-citizens.
Country that ends contributions to sick and starving people around the world, causing hundreds of thousands of preventable deaths, many of them innocent children? Can you love a country that trashes our economy to give tax breaks to its billionaire cronies? Can you love a country that denies science and sacrifices the climate?
Oh,
the
wait.
very air
Whoa.
our
Hang on.
children breathe?
Where? Hold on. Denying science. Okay, let's start with this one. All right. We've now officially moved away from climate change because apparently the Democratic Party no longer thinks that's important. But the key issue for them is gender affirming care, and saying that a woman can be a man and a man can be a woman, which is literally not the case. Okay. No.
Correct.
Now, who is going and denying science when we've known, I would say, throughout the majority of human history, we understand that there's two sexes, male and female.
Yes, and only with those two phenotypes can you actually produce more humans.
Yes.
The only way.
Can you love a country that pardons violent criminals and protects pedophiles?
Wait. Hang on.
He's literally just getting a whole bunch of people to say how much they don't love their own country.
Yeah.
But for fake reasons.
Yeah. Okay. So protecting pedophiles. That's a really funny one. Okay. Because obviously they've been letting out the Epstein file stuff. Who's known about this for years? Okay. The Democrats, both Democrats and Republicans, have known about this shit. The man has been gone through multiple accusations. Did he actually get prosecuted and convicted as being a pedophile? Epstein?
Who, Epstein?
Yeah.
No, just for trafficking, I believe.
Just trafficking? Okay. I was trying to remember what it was.
Well, he got a plea deal.
Epstein made a plea deal, and then
he got a plea.
But the thing that I find so funny about,
he was rearrested and in custody and hadn't gone to trial on the new things before he,
right. But the thing I find so funny about it, who's the side that constantly goes and says, "Oh, the noble pedophile. It's not their fault that they want to fuck children."
Right, the minor attracted persons.
Yeah, who came up with the term minor attracted person? Oh, was it Trump and the conservatives? Or was it people on the far left? Most likely in line with the Democrats. Huh. How convenient. But yeah, Trump, the big scary orange latte man, is protecting pedophiles. Okay.
And now they're just trying to make minor attracted persons a sexual preference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could go.
Oh, you know who else knew a lot earlier than everybody else, Comix?
Who?
Bill Clinton, because he's the one that's all over the place in it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Go on and on and on and on. The bottom line is that I feel betrayed by my country. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does need to return to the values that gave us our strength and humanity.
Can we return Portland to the CCP? We don't need it anymore.
Ribbit.
And turn
There's
it back
gonna
to
be a
the
frog
daily
orgy
atrocities
once we're
of
done.
the Trump regime
Yeah.
and their enablers.
They really are turning the frogs gay.
Super gay.
So yeah, that was the counter programming from the left for the State of the Union. A very well produced, show, I guess.
To be honest, that was Tea Party levels of cringe.
Yeah. Occupy Wall Street levels of crap.
Yeah.
So I know we've talked about it on your show, about the John Robinson stuff.
John Davidson,
yeah. So we've kind of extensively hit it, but if you want to just give a quick rundown of it, we've got some videos out of the NAACP awards.
Oh, yeah, that was spicy. No, like legitimately, if he was doing that as a comedic bit, I applaud him. If he's doing that because and is being serious about it, fuck him, right? Because I'm totally cool with them making jokes about anything, but the problem is we know this probably wasn't a joke. It was just a dig at white people. But to catch people up, there is a guy named John Davidson. I didn't realize that he was just a janitor, and he's had a very hard life because
day job.
Yeah, he has severe Tourette's, which has basically made his life a living hell. And he has done several documentaries. So this movie has come out about his life to bring awareness to Tourette's. And while at the BAFTAs, you had Michael B. Jordan and was it Delroy Lindy? Is that his name?
I don't know.
Delroy Lindo.
Okay, Delroy Lindo. Presenting award, and his Tourette's kicked in, and he shouted out the N-word. And beforehand, the thing I thought was interesting, and it should have been a non sequitur, is that the audience was made aware that there was somebody in the audience with Tourette's, and that you might have these kind of outbursts. And they even had the presenter come up and say, "Hey, sorry about that," and they apologize, and that should have been the end of it. And then Twitter got a hold of it.
But it's worse than that, Comix. He had outbursts through the whole show.
Yes, he did.
Right. And they edited it out.
Yes. He screened obscenities about gay people.
and Palestinians and all sorts of other stuff.
Yeah.
The only
So-
one that they let come through was the N-word.
Yeah.
On purpose.
And it
So-
wasn't even that loud.
Yeah, and you really couldn't really make it out. But anyway, it keeps getting bleeped out in videos and whatnot. But yeah, it caused a big kerfuffle on Twitter. Of course, we all know Grace Randolph got involved, the most educated and tolerant individual out there, dragging this poor man, saying that he has to go on an apology tour. He needs to go and educate people about how bad the N-word is. Never mind the fact that the man has absolutely zero control over what comes out of his mouth sometimes because of Tourette's. And it really kind of showed you the fact that, and I love what Critical Drinker said about this. You have the unstoppable force of the N-word meeting an immovable object, Tourette's. And ultimately what you're seeing right now literally is woke on woke violence right now. It is crazy. It is absolutely crazy. And of course, if you're defending John Davidson, you must be obviously a racist, right? Because this is a white man that said the N-word and he had no control because of Tourette's. Yeah, it's
But he's definitely a racist.
but he's definitely a racist. And you had that Dr. Shola, I think her name is. Holy
Yeah.
shit, she is a piece of work. And
Oh yeah, and Jamie Foxx. And
she
quite a few
said that
others.
it's not about the intent, it is about the impact. It's like, no, you stupid bitch. It is about the intent. That's what makes something racist, not your interpretation of it. Fuck off. Okay. And that's the thing. This is the reason why the word racism means absolutely fucking nothing in current year, is because of stupidity like this and the watering down of the word to the point where is, I disagree with you and you happen to be black. Well, you must be racist. And yeah, it's gotten to the point. And Gary fucking nailed this, and he's so right on this one. A Tourette's guy screaming the N-word doesn't make people racist. People responding this way, specifically black people, is what's going to make more racist out of people.
Yeah.
And that's an issue, because the whole black fatigue thing, we've talked about that in the past. That is very much real. And there could be people out there legitimately complaining about racism, not racist, but racism. And I'm to the point where I just don't fucking care anymore. I legitimately don't fucking care. I'm sorry. But it's your
But
fault.
like on
It is
the Dr.
these people's
Shola
fault.
thing,
Yeah.
the impact. What I'm tired of is the faux outrage over just hearing the word.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, that is the most damaging thing in the history of the world. It's like, no, you heard a word said.
Oh, well, it's a word that let's be honest, they throw amongst themselves. Granted, with the A rather than the hard
Nonstop.
R, but it doesn't fucking matter. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, listen to this response, because this is what I'm talking about them just acting like, it's just the worst thing that could possibly happen. So this was at the awards.
Begin with, that's retarded.
Oh, it became negative. It didn't become negative in the way they're describing. It became negative, the aftermath, that this guy is being dragged yet again for his disability.
Yep.
So we've got the other clip. Go ahead, Jed. Sorry.
I was going to say what I thought. So in the movie that he was based on his life, there was a black actor who played the lawyer who represented his characters in the movie. And he came out and did a video basically chastising everyone who's trying to crucify him.
Mm-hmm.
And he specifically was like, if you watch the movie, you'll see his entire life has been horrible.
Yes.
Because the disease Tourette's literally makes him, because like it was hilarious because it's the exact opposite of what Grace Randolph said. Like, he's thinking this, he should be responsible, blah, blah, blah.
Where did the word come from? It's like we've all heard the word. It's like, fucking shut up.
Maybe because you guys throw around the word nonstop.
Why is he saying Beetlejuice, 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 or Candyman, Candyman, Candyman? It's like, exactly. It's like,
why the hell did
fucking
you just
retards
bring that cursed language into this show?
Yeah.
You know that you can't. Well, are you in front of a mirror?
That's how you get mad.
I'm in front of a black mirror. If that makes sense.
Whoa.
So the other controversy coming out of the NAACP, I'm not outraged about it in the way that I think a lot of people on Twitter are.
Yeah. I thought it was actually kind of funny.
And I mean, yeah, you can look at it like that because he is an actor and a comedian. I just find it interesting that, you know, we have such an aversion to that word that we're going to make fun of his Tourette's again. We're still not going to understand what it, you know, why he did it, because part of the speech specifically addresses that. But I also think it's a little bit ridiculous that we open up our award show with just flat out blasphemy right off the bat.
Yeah.
So that's what I learned today, that it's cool to just go up and be blasphemous, but you're not going to get in trouble for that one.
See, this whole bit right now is pretty fucking lame. You know.
So he's making fun of her being in the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio?
I have no idea. I
have no idea what he's talking about.
So she's the female lead from the... What's the name of the movie? The one with Leonardo DiCaprio.
One Battle After Another.
Yeah, One Battle After Another. So she's getting nominations left and right for her performance.
Or Antifa movie. Got it.
Right.
So I think he is making a casually racist joke about her being with a white man in the movie.
I don't know. Maybe. Probably.
Because I know they went after what's her name, because she supports Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, that's coming.
Nicki Minaj.
Yeah. Nicki Minaj.
Yeah. That's coming up next.
Yeah, it is. Blasphemy aside, this is criminally unfunny. That's the real crime, in my opinion, is that the shit's not funny. And again, you have a black woman who's going against the popular narrative of the left. Therefore, there must be something wrong with her. There has to be something in her
We must attack her.
They must attack her. Yeah. I take what I said back. This whole thing is just one giant fucking attack.
It's a pretty cringy attack, yeah.
But I still laughed at the other one.
A black person with Tourette's is just as likely to say the same thing.
Yes.
Well, he wouldn't be in trouble for saying it.
Yeah, it'd be fine because he's black.
Right.
I mean, I appreciate Don Lemon being in that audience too, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I would also point out that joke he was making at the expense of Leonardo DiCaprio could be aimed at Don Lemon, because I believe his husband is not
white.
It is.
Yeah. So,
which is what makes it so funny when he's constantly calling out, "What is wrong with all these white men?"
Yeah. That's the thing right there.
Acting like he could just take medicine and he wouldn't have had Tourette's. That's not the way it freaking works. It's just more ignorance.
No, yeah, 100% is. Like I said, I don't have.
And everybody out in the crowd laughing and clapping about it.
Yeah,
ignorant.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with making a joke.
You're just
about a
being
situation
ignorant.
or whatnot. But yeah, it's like, come on, dude, you should know better. And this is the funny thing about it, is that the very people that talk about empathy and want compassion and want to celebrate diversity, as soon as their diversity person goes off the rails, is where you have a problem, right? And this is the thing I was talking about with my previous employer, is that they're talking about how they want to go and hire neurodivergent people. And I'm like, that's a really fucking bad idea, because I know how this company is. And as soon as a neurodivergent person goes neurodivergent, suddenly their manager is going to have a nightmare on their hands, and so is that employee. I had an employee who had Asperger's, therefore he had a problem with a filter. And there's times where he was coming off as condescending, insulting, and didn't know it. And I've had plenty of conversations with him regarding it. And I knew the guy pretty well. And he was somebody an employee I really did like, because he did good work. The problem was the fact that he had this one problem that he couldn't overcome, which is the fact that he has Asperger's. So don't tell me you want to go and hire neurodivergent people and
then
when they
penalize
act
them every day for
neurodivergent,
being neurodivergent.
yeah, set them up for failure. Yeah, and punish them for being neurodivergent. That's my fucking problem. And that's the reason why I'm like, that's a bad fucking idea, because I know how the company is going to react. This is the problem with woke companies, is they're going to say that they're for something. And as soon as it becomes really fucking inconvenient, guess who's in trouble?
Yep. And it's the whole punching down thing.
Yeah.
Also,
the thing that they always complain about, punching down. We did just
Yes, in Jesus' name I pray. Let the church say, amen.
Yeah. So, yeah, normally I wouldn't have even seen that, except that we've got, people being a little bit hyper vigilant as well because of the whole situation last week with that. So
I love the comment.
I've never watched
that.
BET in my
apparently,
life,
Hollywood
so.
hasn't leered anything, which is a pretty fucking odd point.
Yep. So that's probably the last time we'll talk about the whole Tourette's thing, unless it just keeps lingering out there. But I think between last week and this week, we've pretty much gotten our thoughts out there on that one. Chad, do you got anything else on that? Because I know you haven't been on the shows with me in comics. So
I mean, it's just I thought the actor who was playing the lawyer in the movie had the best response. I mean, he's black, and he would talk about like how he learned on set. This wasn't, you're completely missing the point of the movie.
Yeah,
that he was there because the movie of his life was nominated and winning awards, showing people the utter hell he's been going through, because for his entire life he would say things, and when he tried to apologize, people wouldn't. That's the thing. Like,
well, he's been arrested. He's been arrested. He's been beat up. It destroyed his family.
Yelled bomb in inappropriate places.
Yeah,
there's directly insulted the queen to her face, even though she took it like you're supposed to take it and just went right past it.
Yeah, and what's interesting is there, it shows that a lot of these people going to these award show don't even watch the movies that are that are up there, because if you did, you
might have some understanding.
You would have some context of what this guy's. So what I was getting at, when people like, one of the things Grace Randolph was going off on was that he didn't even apologize.
Yeah,
because he's like, apologizing doesn't do anything, because no one ever accepts it. Like, he explains Tourette's, he explains that he has Tourette's, he apologizes to them saying he didn't mean any hurtful thing, he has no control over it, and then people, even though intellectually they should understand, still don't even accept his apology.
Well, here's what Delroy Linden could have done when he was there. He could have gone when they were saying, "Oh, thank you all for the support crap." He could have said, "Hey, John Davison has Tourette's. He had no control over what he said. We need to understand that and have some grace and forgiveness and understanding of the situation, that it wasn't his fault." That's what he should have said to that group of people.
Yeah. Instead, we get, "I was the victim because I heard a word."
Yeah.
A word,
and mind you,
by
this is
every person in that room, likely, multiple times a day.
And mind you, he is a rich actor, and John Davison is nothing more than a janitor. He is an average person.
A janitor and filmmaker.
Yeah.
Amateur filmmaker.
Amateur filmmaker.
So, yeah. That kind of wraps that a little bit. I did miss something I wanted to bring up about the State of the Union, because we did have some craziness after the State of the Union. First off, Nancy Pelosi basically just said it was like an award show. And then we've got these reps from, I believe it's from New York, having their little podcast about it. The State of the People. So this is Representative Robin Kelly from Illinois and Representative Yvette Clarke from New York.
Is it State of the People's Republic?
It's not understanding that the Congressional Medal of Honor is a actual honor.
Yeah.
I was there. I was there, and it was as horrific as I thought it would be.
Did you leave early?
Absolutely.
It was like an award show. You get a medal. You get a medal. You
Yes.
get a medal.
That's literally Mo just said, you get a car, you get a car. Y'all are on the same page.
Except those people actually fucking deserved those medals.
Absolutely no respect.
Yeah, fuck off.
So, yeah.
White women, you're not making your case either. Just throwing that out there.
True. I did want to play something for you guys that probably you guys wouldn't have seen. I did play it last night, but the state of the relationship between Canada and America after that gold medal game. There's some truly crazy crap going on out there right now on Twitter.
Are they starting to boycott the
YouTube.
maple syrup being sent to America? I mean, what's going on?
They're just losing their freaking minds because of the guys going to meet with Trump and going to the State of the Union. So this is Steve Dangle, Podcast Networks. Steve Dangle's probably the best known hockey YouTuber. He's a huge Toronto Maple Leafs fan, and these are all Canadian guys. So just listen to this rant he goes on about the American men's team.
The Hughes brothers were taking shots at the Toronto media about how he's a great captain. I'm like, I don't think anyone in Toronto was criticizing that.
Yeah,
it was American
all
media that was
all the
criticizing
Leafs
that.
fans during the Olympics talking about how Matthews is a bad captain for Team USA.
It was friggin' Joe Haggerty in Boston. Like, I don't know,
guys,
I don't know what we need to do here,
guys.
Anyway,
you know,
yeah.
Anyway, what people have a problem with, Trump, besides being directly responsible for the murder of American citizens,
oh Jesus Christ,
through his
shut the
ICE
fuck
Gestapo,
up, you dipshit.
Right. Oh, it gets better.
with the context of Canada, he threatened our sovereignty.
What?
He threatened, and those players taking pictures with Carolyn Levitt and shit. Don't think we haven't forgotten with her smile on her face.
What? Carolyn Levitt's the spokesperson.
No, just the whole. They threatened our sovereignty by going to the
saying
to
that
the White
no,
House.
but he's
By going to the State
saying
of the Union.
that Trump threatened their sovereignty by saying that he was going to make them the 51st state.
Oh, that was a joke.
That looked a little different at the time, but that smile on her face. Hey, we look forward to the U.S. Beating our soon-to-be 51st state, Canada. You fucking asshole.
Dude, we've been saying this shit for years, dumbass. It's been a joke for a very fucking long time. I used to work for a company that was basically owned by a Canadian company, and we made jokes about visiting the 51st state all the time to the Canadians. They never liked those jokes, but we still made them. Back then, we could actually make jokes.
But it's Randall's got it right. Trump is a troll. Don't take everything he says seriously.
Indeed. Holy shit.
We'll never be your 51st state.
Mm-hmm.
And that's got nothing to do with hockey.
Pause again.
That's got
This is a sports. This is a sports guy, right? So he writes about sports. Has he never heard shit talk on the court? Like, I mean, guess what? The players aren't actually banging the other dude's mom either. Like, it's
sometimes they are.
Only if she's hot.
Casey's mom has got it going on.
I mean, if you're Zach Wilson, MILF Hunter.
And I know we've got a lot of Canadians that are watching our show right now as well.
It's just
I'm just
ridiculous.
trying to show the state of mind right now.
Can
about
Don
this whole
Cherry,
hockey
is he
thing.
still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive, but they ran him off of the air too because he
Yeah,
said
like,
people should be wearing poppies on Memorial Day.
Yeah, like have him come out of retirement to call all these other guys little bitches for like I feel like he would, rightly so, he would be directing any unhappiness about the play and the fact that the American goalie stood on his head and got rightfully
Hellebuck
awarded the
was
Secretary
amazing.
of Defense seal.
Even though they stupidly gave the MVP to Canadian Connor McDavid.
Oh, by the way, maybe the Canadian fan should ask McKinnon how you miss a wide open net.
Yeah.
Because he
But
had.
wait, we
a
got to get
fucking
through the
wide
rest of
open
this
net,
real
yeah.
quick because he goes even more mental on it.
Everything to do with you motherfuckers showing up at our front door with guns and tanks and shit. Of course we're going to
What?
feel a certain type of way about that.
Every time I hear this clip, what? At what point has the U.S. shown up on Canada's doorstep with guns and tanks ready to take over? Crazy.
And you're the captain of a Canadian NHL team, Austin, Brady, Connor Hellebuck might as well be.
Quinn until a couple months ago.
Quinn until a few months ago, and you shook hands with that motherfucker? Fuck you. That dude threatened the place where I live.
No.
And actively continues to do so.
Fucking shut up.
And I'm supposed to just look at you?
You're giving me AIDS.
And
just
feel
listening
fine
to
about
your
that?
gayness.
Fuck you.
So I'm going to run. I just need to say something real quick. New York,
that's
New
all we need
Jersey,
at the club.
Colorado, Detroit, Dallas, New Jersey, Colorado, Detroit, New Jersey, Tampa Bay, Carolina, Anaheim, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Chicago,
Stanley Cup.
Boston, LA, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Washington, D.C., St. Louis, Tampa Bay, Colorado, Vegas, Florida. You know what that is? Us owning your bitch ass prized cup since 1994, asshole. Like, you know, maybe talk to about a Canadian team to win a Stanley Cup in the last 40 years. They haven't.
Well, and that's the funny thing is the other thing that's going on, not just like him being upset about the American men meeting with Trump, but like you mentioned, you know, 2 of the Canadian team's captains are U.S. born players that were on the team. On Twitter, hockey Twitter, they are demanding that those two players be either demoted from the captain of the team or transferred, you know, traded to another team to get them out of Canada. That's not going to be all of hockey, but
I think
there
this is
are
the
enough
sports
people
media.
screaming that it's like, are you guys joking?
Because I think
insane.
The guy who's on, which one is on Toronto?
Austin Matthews.
He's
the captain of Toronto.
Yeah, he got an ovation in the arena. Like the fans cheered for him in Toronto.
Yeah, I think it's just
these
hockey
reporters.
fans. Hockey fans are very patriotic for their countries. That's why it's such a big deal playing in the Olympics. The problem is a whole bunch of people that don't watch hockey weighing in on how they feel hockey should be doing things and how they feel you should feel about players on the hockey teams. Because it's once again mostly a whole bunch of leftist white women who have probably never watched hockey in their lives throwing fits about these things.
Oh my God, I'm so offended.
And then
Maybe,
Steve Dangle.
Where's the manager?
Maybe they shouldn't have been relying
Maybe
on
he's from
Sid the
Ice, fuck
Kid
me.
25 years into his career like so heavily. I feel like they should have had another. I mean, Crosby. I mean, what is he out another 6 weeks now because of the injury he got at the Olympics?
Yeah, I think so.
But
I mean, ultimately, it came down to it was a pretty good game. Yes, the Canadians probably outplayed us, but our goalie outgoalied them.
And that's how Stanley Cups happen. I mean, if you watch hockey, there's plenty of times where the team that is the better team on paper loses because a goalie plays out of his mind.
One player, the goalie, stops everything.
Yeah, and sometimes it happens over not even a single game elimination, but over like winning 4 games at a best of 7, where like they might lose in terms of goal differential. The other team might have a +5, 6, 7 because the games they win, they blow out.
Right.
But when that other goalie stands on his head, they win 1-0. They win 2-1.
2-1.
Like, you know, they win in overtime and then they end up winning the series. I mean, in hockey, in the last few years, we've had instances where the team that set the record for most wins in the regular season gets bounced.
Boston got bounced in the first round after having the greatest regular season in history.
Because
and the Avs were on their way to almost as much of a record-setting season. They've dropped off that pace a little bit, but it's just as likely that they get beat by a team in the playoffs.
And they'll run into some ungodly goalie play from some random guy.
Or McKinnon will miss a wide open net. WG says, to be fair, many Canadians, including NHL Network analysts, have called him an idiot for this.
That's good.
Good.
I'm serious. Bring Cherry out of retirement, because he would shit talk this guy into oblivion and probably still pants him and give him a swirly.
We need to bring that back in schools, man.
Yeah, bullying is not always a bad thing.
No, it's not.
No, I mean, there's a good argument for trying to gatekeep stupidity. And, not every difference should be celebrated and acted like it's some great thing. Like Comix is talking about his experience with neurodivergent people in the workplace. Yeah, like they might be you might run into a guy who's quote unquote neurodivergent, and he can write code as long as he's not working with people, and he'll be fine. Good job. But if you're trying to put somebody's neurodivergent into some kind of like place where you need soft skills, like people skills, terrible idea. Don't try to tout like, look what we're doing to be diversionally. You should gatekeep. And this is where early on, if someone's like, you're gonna try to do what? No, you bully them in middle school and high school, and you like, that's not where you're supposed to be. You should be like going and writing an operating system code. That's where and that's how we get good stuff for America. Like, bullying sometimes course corrects people into the right profession. We put men on the moon when kids were getting bullied in school. We haven't since.
Yeah, that's something to be said there.
So earlier when I was talking about the woke right stuff, I was trying to think of the specific examples because I didn't have them right in front of me. So Dave Smith, who's kind of been losing his mind on all of this stuff and is not really a comedian anymore, is saying Americans are dead because of the war of choice for Israel that you support. You're both traitors.
Oh my God.
David Draymond from Disturbed responds, "Sit down, Dave. The adults are talking."
Oh my God.
Lead singer of Disturbed.
I was kind of wondering what the fuck is happening to Dave Smith.
Well, Dave Smith has lost his mind. I'm not going to tell anybody in our audience who to watch and who not to watch, except don't get sucked into the Candace Owens crap. But between Candace, Dave Smith, the Hodge twins have gone completely insane with the whole Israel thing too.
Really?
It's like, stop.
I want to share an anecdote about people getting sucked into Candace Owens.
An anecdote?
May I share an anecdote?
Sure. What's this anecdote?
She's retarded.
Yes.
That's it. That is end of anecdote.
I love what WG says. I disagree. Dave Smith has never been funnier.
But I mean, I guess maybe maybe it is. So I will give Candace one possibility, like a 0.001%. If she's genuinely a time traveler, maybe her humor and sense of language is coming from like the 3000s, and by then it is architecture and an anecdote and all these other things, and she was she was
I would hope in the year 3000 that they know that lightning causes thunder.
Unless they don't.
They don't.
Maybe Thor
Idiocracy has happened.
It's like, maybe we got to give them. What was it? It's got electrolytes. Shit's plant needs.
Brondo.
My favorite part.
What plants crave.
My favorite part of that movie is when they pull back and you see that on the teleprompter, it is saying like shit. I know shit's bad right now.
Yeah. My favorite part of the movie is they were trying to find shoes that would have been like something nobody would ever possibly wear in real life to go along with the outfits that they've got.
So
somebody went online and found Crocs before Crocs had gotten popular.
That's
like
funny.
years before Crocs had gotten popular. And they were like, yep, that's the shoe that we're going to put on everybody in the movie. So if you look at everybody's feet, they're all wearing Crocs.
Crocs.
Because they thought that was the most ridiculous shoe. Nobody would ever wear them. And what is everybody doing? Wearing freaking Crocs.
Crocs. I actually have a friend that was in that movie as an extra.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He, if you go back and
Mike
watch
Judge shoots stuff in, at least he used to shoot stuff in Texas.
Texas, yeah. But yeah, if you watch the trial scene in the jury box, look for fat Hispanic Elvis, and that's a guy I know.
Yeah.
That's what it's funny. The funny thing is that's how he described the character. Was fat Hispanic Elvis.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Jaffo says, I tend to like all the people you just mentioned for varying reasons. Being mad at the Red Sea pedestrian is part of being terminally online. I'm not saying you can't watch them. I just am pointing out the people that seem to be losing their minds over Israel, 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 everything Israel. I'm just kind of personally done with anybody who's pulling that card for everything that happens in the world. Every time anything happens. Every time Trump makes a decision. Well, Israel probably put him up to it. Israel killed Charlie Kirk. You know, it's insane. What else we got? Anything, Chad?
I'm waiting for Netanyahu to tell me what we're supposed to talk about.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for my $7,000.
Yeah, that's
Isn't that what we're supposed to get paid for every time we do a show?
Have made it known. I have made it known that we will sell out, and they still will not.
And you still can't get paid.
I mean, it'd be nice if somebody in chat would drop some super chats just to make me feel like we're accomplishing things.
The problem is you're selling out to the wrong side. We all know that in order to sell out, you have to become a paid protester.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you're protesting Israel, you'll get paid.
So we need to make this our night job and make protesting against
Well,
the
what if
government
we
as our day job.
Yeah, what if we do it like the Hodge twins, where we get money from both sides?
Well, that's even better.
We'll put the what is it they do? They put the conservative stuff on Facebook, and the crazy conspiracy theory stuff on Twitter or X.
Yeah.
And then they
you got to know your audience, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, they go on X and be like, we're not going to bow down to anybody. And on Facebook, it's like 100% Trump's the best.
Night, Slender.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened with George today. He didn't contact me or Comix, so I think he just didn't have a show.
Oh, yeah. I know that he pinged me about doing a show, and I was dealing with some personal shit, so I was not able to make it.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing the show ever go live, so don't know.
Well, I know he's got family stuff going on too, like with his mom. So
yeah. So I think we've hit everything that I was planning on hitting. I thought we would talk a little bit more on the Iran stuff, and we probably still could, but I don't know. There's not much coming. Oh, the other thing. Has anybody heard anything about what's been going on in Mexico? I mean, we hit on it last week when it was happening, but then I haven't heard anything. Like the cartels were popping off, and then just no news.
Didn't we?
Have you guys seen anything?
Zach's was in chat. Hopefully he's gotten it.
Yeah, Zach's got home.
Okay, good.
He got home and he's sick, probably from drinking too much of the water. But
water, yeah. If their bullets don't get you, then water will.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why Zach didn't have a show last night. Was he wasn't feeling well after his return. There, Chad.
That's
You're validated.
Good. It's Canadian money, but we'll take
Darren,
it.
for 10 Canadian. This is for Brahma, Chad, and Comix. Bless you guys. Bless you, Darren.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm not going to be like some Canadian sportscaster disparaging our future 51st state citizens. I mean, maybe, especially if you live in Alberta. No, where's it? Where's the 70s lives? Is it, he's
Alberta.
like,
He's in Alberta.
Is he in Alberta? Okay,
Yeah.
good. Good.
He's already signed the petitions and everything, and I don't know. Are they doing the vote soon, or is this to get it on the ballot?
This is to make it a
It's already on the ballot. They're just going to be voting to actually get out, right? Or to separate.
this is to move forward with the like referendum to leave. This is to get it on the ballot.
Copy Kitty with $10. Chad, the new DSP.
I mean, if only I could get his numbers.
Keri was on the whole time, Chad.
Oh, what really? Sorry about that. No, but if you
That's
did
not
want
the one Kitty likes.
I don't always watch YouTube for politics.
for Darren and
but when
Copy
I
Kitty.
do, it is the Bullpen with Brahma Bull and Lil Chad.
I like that.
I'll see
one
if I can
too.
bring in the one that I made specifically for when Copy Kitty sends in something. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a couple seconds.
Here's a topic.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Iran is neither Persian. No.
Oh my God.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Iran is a little country.
Whoa,
Iran
you
is a country.
You emphasized some wrong syllables right there.
Iran is a little country.
Yeah, there it is again. See
I
you
don't
next
understand what
Tuesday,
I'm doing.
Iran. See you next Tuesday, Iran.
Country.
No, it is interesting seeing the kind of like lines being drawn on it. By the way, once again, Thomas Massey, huge tool, and can kiss my ass.
I thought you would feel that way.
Did you see the report on the donations? He's like where they're coming, and he's getting like millions. All these like he was touting like all these small dollar donations he's getting, and it's all from registered Democrats living outside of his district.
Kitty donated again.
He's a dick. And I'm glad that he's going to be defeated in the next election.
Did that play?
Yeah, played twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got Henry Cavill for Copy Kitty.
Kitty donated again.
Playing again.
There he goes. It's
Yeah.
Playing and playing and playing.
Now I got to figure out how to take it out of here again.
There.
You played yourself,
What the fuck is
Brahma.
going on, man?
So yeah, I was able to get one of them done. The other ones, they're maybe a little bit too busty.
Like,
how dare you?
The tit department?
Yeah.
These are
because
sorry.
so
What? How's the problem?
We had talked about
copied as
we had talked about using a whole bunch of actresses. So I can't get Grok to actually make them say anything because I think there must
You
be
know
a
whose
rule
fault
in there
that is?
somewhere.
It's fucking Ashley St. Clair's fault.
Yeah, that seems likely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll show them to you. You guys can tell me what you think. My wife would probably kill me if I actually had these on as part of the actual show on any normal basis.
Brahma would still be able to make all the options if Elon didn't put his dick in crazy on the regular.
Yeah.
Making too many kids with crazies.
Somebody needs to sit him down and make him watch that crazy hot scale episode of How I Met Your Mother.
Right. So I had to AI generate them is what I'm getting at. And yeah, the AI really made them big.
Chad loves the Ottoman Empire, Brahma is an Islamophobiast, and Comix is the smartest 5'10" midget ever. Chad loves the Ottoman Empire, Brahma is an
I'm just
Islamophobiast,
really
and Comix is
distracted
the
by the
smartest
tan
5'10".
lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's an appropriate use of AI. This is why.
I mean, I heard my name being mentioned, but I have no idea what was said.
The Brahma, like Comix, the way it was put on screen, it was almost like you were motorboating.
Well, I mean, to be fair.
And then, so that's the redhead. Here's the brunette.
All hail the bullpen.
I'm sorry,
All
what was
hail
that?
the bullpen.
All hail the bullpen.
That was
So yeah, I think they need a little refining.
I don't know.
Fuck
I
you,
don't see anything
asshole.
wrong
No,
with
they
it.
don't.
Who was the one that I was able to get to say something? I think it was
Salma
Kate
Hayek.
Upton. Yeah, the Salma Hayek one doesn't really work. It doesn't sound like her at all. But I think I got one. The person you had mentioned was Kate Upton, so I think I was able to get one of her just in an actual like evening gown type dress, saying something. So let me see if I can find it. And it's about Mad.
I mean, there's a lot of things I can support. I'm a little wary of that.
Chad wanted this. I like Brahma and Mad is on fire.
And gay.
Chad wanted this.
Yeah, so there's
I,
Kate
I
Upton.
make no apologies for being open about Kate Upton being peak. Man, she was. People don't know they're sleeping on it. You know, the difference is she decided to marry Justin Verlander because he's a baseball player and they get guaranteed contracts, and he got I think $200 million contract. So
Yeah, so she never
she's
has to
good.
do anything
She's
again.
good to go, and as opposed to Sydney Sweeney, who's working, sweating her ass off, running a sweatshop for lingerie, but she's selling it,
Right.
man. All hail the bullpen, jiggle, jiggle.
Jiggle, jiggle.
By the way, those should have resulted in yes.
Yeah.
Especially that one, the brunette one, should have definitely been a yeah.
Yeah.
Or
But yeah,
a serving of divorce
some new ones.
papers from Brahma's wife.
Mm-hmm.
What is your generative AI history? Oh no. Yeah, Brahma's sitting there like the meme of Kylo Ren. More.
Yeah, she likes to tell me that the whole list of shows that I do every week, that since they're all so varied and we talk about so many different crazy things, that there's no way I'll ever be taken seriously. So if she actually saw that this is what we're doing for super chats, yeah, she'd lose her mind.
I do
But
feel
she doesn't mind the super chats.
Yeah, I mean,
Jaffo for $5 says, we need Grace Randolph to pontificate on our involvement in Iran. Her opinions on geo-global politics would be wildly entertaining. True.
I should tweet that at Grace Randolph and how it personally affects you.
You should.
Yeah.
Which do we want, redhead or brunette?
Go redhead.
I don't hear any sound this
I
time.
don't hear anything either.
I think it's because I muted it when I was trying to take it out.
Kitty donated again.
Oh no, Kitty got played.
Kitty donated again.
It's still on a loop.
I know. Everything's going crazy.
You asshole.
What's going on?
That's not the one we were supposed to see. There it goes.
So don't hear it, but it's not.
I know.
Like
I'm trying to hit the volume again.
It's not like I'm paying attention to the words anyway.
I should take it back. It's Comix isn't motorboating. He's on the back.
Chad loves the
cleavage.
Ottoman Empire. Brahma is an Islamophobiast, and
Well,
Comix
trust
is
me,
the
I'm
smartest
motivated.
5'10" midget ever.
Smartest 5'10" midget ever.
I love
and
how
since
it's
you said
5'10"
you
midget.
were perfectly fine with it,
what
Robbie said, since you were perfectly fine with it, and I had called you a 5'10" midget on there, Robbie pretty much said that he's going to go tell all the memers that it's okay if you make fun of Comix' size as long as it's a big boob AI image doing it, because you'll just ignore it.
I have no idea what was being said. I just heard my name being mentioned. That was it. My attention was definitely somewhere else.
So yeah, Robbie, you can use that loophole.
What loophole?
Yeah. The loophole that if you just put big boobs in front of you, AI generated boobs, you won't listen to what's being said. So
No, I mean
they can make fun of your height.
Oh no, that's not allowed.
No, you already said it's okay because you didn't listen.
What?
Sorry, these are the rules.
I did not make these rules, but it is.
You gave your consent when you said, "I'm fine with it this way."
I never said I was fine with anything.
Oh yeah, you did. Right after the first boobs popped up, and I said they might be too big, and you were like, "I'm fine with this."
I said fine with the big boobs.
You said you were fine with the whole thing, so sorry. You're going to be getting a whole bunch of AI generated boobs calling you short on Mondays and Thursdays now. Well, I think we should probably run the credits and then maybe have a few minutes of after show. Chad, do you have were there any memes that were out there?
Yeah, I believe we did have some memes. At least
if you want to bring those up, Comix, if you want to do your outro
only
real quick.
one set apparently from Deeple.
Okay.
So
yeah, actually, I'll go ahead and do my outro. Let's check it. Sorry, I was checking the time. I'll stick around for the meme real quick, and I'll outro.
Okay.
As long as they're not like 30 minutes of memes.
No, it's one set. So we've got a dog parade
with
John Thune instead of the Save Act.
That's right. That was funny.
We've got on the left Elon Omar, and then on the right
Cornholio,
the great Cornholio from Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
And what would it be? Who wore?
I mean, these pictures are exactly the same.
Yeah, we need the Pam from The Office. Nope, it's the same picture.
She needs TP for her brother's bunghole.
And so we have, the classic woman pointing at the cat meme, and then we're on the top.
You know,
and
the
then
sad
on the
thing is, I
bottom.
know what show that's from.
Isn't that
Real Housewives?
Real Housewives?
Yeah. Oh, is that Real Housewives? Okay, never
Yeah.
mind. I thought it was the show about reality TV shows. Never mind.
Well, I mean,
no, this was an actual reality TV show.
And on the bottom, we have Talib and Elon Omar with her pointing at Trump and him making the face. It's amazing how much it looks like the cat, by the way. Like,
it does.
Yeah. All right. And then we've got our Warrant Officer 5 getting the Medal of Honor with the caption, Army pilot who led the Maduro raid, whose legs were torn up by enemy fire, struggled to stand on crutches while the Democrats refused to stand at all. This is
it just came up
it was
as the
basically
award
just
ceremony.
Oprah.
Yeah, it was just award ceremony.
It was just Oprah. You get a medal and you get a medal.
Yeah, she totally didn't deserve it. Totally.
Yeah, annoying.
I did see a funny thing on X where somebody was like, just saying, like, if I was in charge, like Trump is, just for shits and giggles for one military operation, like I'd send in the stealth stuff and Tomahawk missiles and air cruise missiles, all to destroy the the anti-air infrastructure. I'd run a couple more days of sorties with the planes to make sure it's good to go. And then I would just start sending in B-2 bombers from World War II once we've established air dominance, just to start fucking with them. Look at put in some P-51 Mustangs. This is what we think of you. We don't even need to send 80s era
the propeller
planes.
bombers.
Yep. Where they had looking down, open the bomb bay doors.
The hilarious thing would be when everybody's like, what the hell is he doing when he's trying to transport all these things over there?
I want the
unless we're doing it in the South American.
All right.
Well,
follow me.
I mean, I guess we could do it to make our 51st state.
Yeah. Follow me, guys. We're going to go over to the Air and Space Museum. I want you to take the Enola Gay down. I want you to put some gasoline in those engines.
And I want you to do one of those loop-de-loops that causes the lightning, just like in the video game.
You was like, if you paint Melania on the side, I'll allow it just this once. Just once.
Melania'd make a great pinup.
We have the best pinups. Everyone's saying that our pinups are greater than every other pinups. That's the reason the Iranian Air Force couldn't win. If they paint a girl on the side, what are you fighting for? You don't know. All right, Comics, you want to do your outro?
Hi.
Hi.
Good night.
All right. Tom.
No, I was doing a Fetterman.
Yeah. He's making a lot more sense now.
He is.
He was the only one who shook Trump's hand from the whole Democrat side of the aisle.
Yeah, he did.
And he's been out there on TV saying that Democrats should stop whining about the Israel thing or the Iran thing. So he's actually been sticking up for Trump and the actions being taken and saying, yeah, he's perfectly within his rights to do it. They've been at war with us for 47 years. Do you want to do an outro, though?
Yeah. Good night, everyone. I stream every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. And, of course, I do game streams. There actually would not be a Thursday night throwdown this Thursday, as I will be out of town. Yeah. And I probably, depending on what time I get back in town, I may not be on FNT as well. So I'm not sure. But I will have a game stream later that night because I will be home.
Cool. Chad, what you got coming up?
The Ascendant Art podcast, 9 p.m. Eastern time Friday. I think, I don't know what comes out this week. I did go see Scream, so I can give my review of that when we do our show next week. That'll be plenty of time for people who want to see it to have time to see it because, you know, Scream's all about the killer reveal, right? That's the whole thing. I don't think I'm really actually just waiting for Ready Player One and Project Hail, not Ready Player One. Ready or Not 2 is what I'm Ready or Not 2. And
Right.
Hail Mary, because Project Hail Mary is going to be, I think, a pretty great movie. But this week, 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll be just hanging out, talking stuff. We'll see 70s may or may not have a trivia again since it took them a dozen hours.
Took him 2 weeks
to make that other one, which is it's cool. That's what it usually does. The first few times you do it, you can shave that down to like 6 hours once you're really moving along efficiently. So that'll be good times. I think Brahma, I think you're going to be doing other stuff though between now and then.
Yeah, I'll be on with Comix tomorrow. I'll be on Mad's new channel on Tuesday night for History Interrupted. I think that's what we call it now. Wednesday, I think Keri's throwing together a Christian panel. Not sure. We haven't done one in a while. Thursday, back on Comix. Friday, Ascendant Art. We are doing a bourbon and boarding this week instead of taking the 2 weeks off. Because the trade deadline is Friday. So we're going to be covering everything that's going down on the trade deadline Saturday night. And then Sunday, we will be back here for the bullpen. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for the super chats, the memberships, and we'll give you some credits. Thanks to Mad. Nope, that's the wrong one, isn't it?
Isn't that the old one?
Yeah. I thought that was where it was uploaded, but
We're
it's
professional.
Here.
If you'd like us to be more professional, you can super chat. And we will put all proceeds towards getting Brahma drunk enough to want to make stuff work better.
Or to make more AI generated women at night.
I mean, I'm not going to say that wouldn't make the show better. I mean, we've still got
it works great for the podcast listeners.
I'm waiting for it to be like Wedding Crashers, where we're going through all this stuff and Brahma just yells, "It was my first day."
TV Wild says, "Stop it, little DSP."
I understand that you guys don't care enough to support us. It'd be nice if you did. We'd feel grateful.
But seriously, everybody get over and subscribe to Ascendant Art. We've got to get them up to at least the 500 level.
Do better and be more professional from John Wayne for $10.
call it raw truly. We're fact checking every statement with meticulous
Well, I guess we
precision
have
while
to.
politicians sleeping through
Guess
the
we have to in the after show show another AI woman.
revision. We the antidote to all the manufactured television. Bureaucratic nightmare navigating through the slow
Make it the
decay. Congress
jiggly
moving
one.
at a pace designed to keep the wolves at bay. Executive decisions, Supreme Court rulings on
feel like
display.
it
We
needs to
covered
end
every
it.
angle, no
Your memes
cap.
need to be
That's how we play
200% more
legislation passing
jiggly.
in the darkness of the midnight hour. Lobbyists manipulating every
When I was in
center
high
of the
school,
power. But we're
back
watching
because I
every
still had
movement
a
from our
boomer,
independent
like,
towers, posing all the
greatest
corruption while the
generation
mainstream
era,
media cowers. So we're closing for the week,
history
but the
teacher.
messages consist of real
It was
political
great
discourse
because
out
he
the
was like,
corporate
if you want
funding
to
for
know which
perspectives
foreign
unified
policy
and
is best for
intellectual
America,
resistance.
it's when we
Independent
had
media
John
is the
Wayne's
future. We the
foreign policy.
vanguard. Next stream hitting harder with the content we've been gathering. Bullpen moving forward. Independent voices battering the walls of propaganda with the facts that we've been mastering. Bullpens out. We said what we said. Go to Lulu. Take spraying true like
That is probably accurate. Oh, looks like we got a few more, Kenny. So looks
Same
like
like it works. Yes.
We're gonna have more jiggles coming. Well, no, one of them's not gonna be jiggles. Damn it. No, we love Copy.
Jiggles and jiggles.
No, Copy got her custom Henry Cavill, so that's not gonna be jiggly.
See, the thing is, the way I have to upload these, they're just sitting in the back. So they're always playing at all times. And I just have to uncover them, unhide them. So that's why sometimes it goes a little bit crazy.
How is it that EVMux doesn't have like the same thing like StreamYards where you can just have clips loaded in?
They do, but half the time the rest of the panel can't see or hear them when you play them that way. So then everybody's talking like, I don't know, is it playing? I don't know. It happens on Comix Show all the time. Every time we try to use media that way. So yeah, John Wayne, $10. Do better and be more professional. So that one was jiggly.
All hail the bullpen.
That one we may actually have to keep on loop.
All hail the bullpen.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that one not get a yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. I expected that. See, Brahma, be professional. That is the jiggle call sign. That's like in the bat signal for jiggle.
So Eric Myers for $2. Get more professional. Napoleon. Jeez.
Get more professional, Napoleon. Jeez.
Get more professional. So I guess that one gets read.
Chad loves the Ottoman Empire.
Oh, there's
Brahma is an
Tina, that fat
Islamophobiast, and Comix is the smartest 5'10" midget ever.
I still am in awe of the perfectly placed tan lines that just get my eyes to look.
Yeah,
it's so subtle.
I still think on the brunette, it's very close to having a AI areola sticking out.
Yeah,
yeah, which leads to this comment from Eric.
One
Who
has
was
that,
the brunette again?
Yeah.
My internet
that's what I mean.
search is not going to be tainted at all by asking that question.
She apparently only exists in my grok. And Copy Kitty
Whoa,
says,
Brahma,
"Shame and
I
guilt
don't
works."
I don't need to know what you do in your spare time. Talking about what
I don't want to hear
what
about your
exists in
grok, dude. Seriously.
That's what I'm using to generate these.
What you and Mad did at the bro over. Clearly.
Wait, we've got to give Copy Kitty hers.
Yep, Copy
Kitty donated again.
That's supposed to be bourbon.
I mean, it's good. There you go. Well, Copy used to do the buy me a coffee, right? She used to do that one.
Yeah.
So
actually,
it
I need
works
to
on
change it to
multiple
where he says copied, donated again, not Kitty.
Randall, never play with your grok in public.
Yeah.
It's like,
hey, at least I can say grok.
Well,
It's been,
I don't know.
What, 2 years since it came out, and Talk still calls it Gronk.
He used to play for New England, but
Gronkowski.
Yeah, but it's like, although be wary, because in some liberal cities around the country, even if you're walking with your children, people can be playing with their grok right in front of you, and they won't even arrest them.
It's true.
So, yeah, so they can whip that grok out. Ask, hand.
Excuse me while I whip this grok out.
Oh.
It didn't do so well on the first one I tried to make of Henry Cavill for copied. Let me see if it'll even let me download it.
See, I'm surprised you didn't take the one where it was used the meme, like where it's that clip of him saying fuck, because AI could change that into probably saying somebody's name pretty easily.
To use which one?
From The Witcher, where it's the clip they use. I think Drinker uses it all the time, where he's just like fuck.
Yeah.
AI should be, it's a good probably just for saying somebody's name.
Okay, I think I found it.
That's true. You play with your grok too much, you go blind and lose credits, because you need credits to be able to.
Not on mine.
Tokens. What are they?
I'm a Premium Plus member, so I paid a little extra for the year.
Brahma's like that guy who actually paid for the porn subscription.
I don't have to worry about credits like Slender does trying to make his things on Tuesday.
Like, look, I know that most of you plebs can get off with the free level, but I need the full on unlimited grok.
They gave me a pretty good deal on it this year. Plus, I just write it all off.
How much you paying for grok?
I don't know. It's somewhere like between the YouTube Premium. I think the annual is something like $3.99. If you do it regular.
Brahma, like straight up, it takes balls to write off your grok on your taxes, man. Usually, most guys couldn't get away with that.
I'm not most guys. I'm super straight and have a grok.
He's like,
rock out with your grok out.
Super straight.
On that note, I'm going to bed, guys. Night. I'll see you later.
All right. Catch you later.
All right.
Bye.
Later.
I can't find this video to add it. I should have named the file.
Comix is going back to the replay to look at the brunette again.
Yeah. Let's see. What did it put it under? What are we going to talk about on After Show tonight, Chad?
Let's see. About how I'm getting in all my gun purchases under the wire. No. So that I can have my suppressor orders coming through. That's good. But they actually tabled that the Virginia was going to pass a $500 tax on suppressors. So I was like, I guess that motivates me to finally get that done, since I don't have to pay for the tax stamp right now. But they tabled that one, which is good.
All right, copied. Here was your original clip, but it doesn't look as much like Henry Cavill as the Witcher version did.
Kitty donated again.
And it gave him a British accent. And it makes me look like I'm about to backhand you at the end of it. Or he's about to backhand you.
Yeah, I feel like she might still like that clip.
I think so too. She'll be just as distracted as everybody is by the jiggles.
So copied, if you'd like that one in your rotation, you can let Brahma know. You get custom ones. Brahma glocked out with his grok out.
Did you see Send Help or not?
Yeah, I watched it.
Did you like it?
I thought it was good. I thought it was very Sam Raimi too. He was definitely leaning into some of his old stuff. I also rewatched Spider-Man 3 with my son. It'd been a while since I had rewatched that one. And now I hate
that one so much.
This is like another instance of like kind of some of what's happened with the prequels, where because of what Marvel has done lately, I'm like, you know what? Didn't really mind it so much. I can see where we're going. Plus, I remembered Bryce Dallas Howard was in it, and I started looking. And I was like, yep, she looked hot there too. She was, a little too skinny, but she fixed that in later work, so we're good there.
So I ended up watching Send Help. I think me and you were two of the only people who saw it.
No,
But
Send
yeah,
Help's
I
doing
thought it was
pretty
good.
good in the thing. What was the
I mean, out
twist?
of our little corner of YouTube that talks about movies,
Oh,
because I haven't seen anybody talk about it at all.
I wouldn't say that it had a twist ending. I wouldn't say that one was a
Kind of
twist.
does.
I mean, I guess the reveal about the one thing being there.
Right.
But I kind of saw, I mean, the actual ending, you kind of felt was coming for a while too. I think from the beginning that, at least I did, maybe not be with some of the stuff being available like they, that they find, but more just the confrontation.
I was just kind of happy that they got Rachel McAdams from looking frumpy in the beginning to actually looking very good by the end again.
Yes, I do.
She
consider
glows up throughout the movie.
Yeah, I do consider myself a man of culture, and Bryce Dallas Howard is one of my
It's
I'll
one of his
defend her
guilty
ones.
pleasures
Yeah,
that not all of us like.
I don't understand why you have a problem with a woman who looks like a woman, but that's your problem. Good for you. Plus, she's a natural redhead. There's lots of good.
That
things.
is one thing she has going for her.
And yet, what is it? Why does the Spider-Man movies keep making the blonde or the redhead a blonde and the blonde a redhead constantly?
Nobody knows.
It's like, well, nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Okay, so
very sneaky.
So saw TV ad. So yes, I guess I'm with Brahma. There, I'll put it back up while I say, I do see how it could be constructed and advertised as a twist ending when you finally get the reveal. So, but it's really just a good movie where
it's more
on
just
screen.
like a left turn or a right turn. It's
Yeah.
not so much a twist.
Yeah, I would say and the movie is effectively just two actors on screen for pretty much most of the movie is just the two actors, either individually or playing off each other. In this case, Rachel McAdams and what's the other guy's name?
No idea.
But he's been in some stuff. He's been in a good amount of stuff. He was in The Maze Runner and some of those other movies.
Yeah.
And what's
He
good
did
is
okay.
that
I thought she did fantastic.
She was great. And like Brahma said, they do this neat trick where over the course of the movie, the longer they're on the island, they're making her look better and better. And
she gets more healthy looking and hotter.
He goes from looking like the peak of bro executive look to being like worse and worse looking. It's trying to show you that outside of the normal corporate environment, this is where she thrives and this is where he's weakest. And it's just good visual storytelling. The actual story itself is, I think,
basic.
It's kind of basic, but I would actually say that it's just entertaining because Rachel McAdams is the one who carries it, and she's always been good.
Easily.
Did you end up watching About Time the other day?
No.
No, you didn't. It's all right.
No.
It's still a great movie. Still a great movie.
I wrote it down in the iPad. But yeah, I mean, we've had so much news going on over the past couple days that it was like, all right, I guess I'm watching Twitter, getting prepared for the shows.
Yeah.
Because I also had to do all the hockey stuff yesterday, pulling in all the stuff from the Olympics that I hadn't bookmarked for 2 weeks. So had to go back and find all the videos of Team USA.
Yeah, the problem is that Peacock will strike the shit out of you if you play anything from the Olympics.
Let me look at what they did to us last night. Of course, we didn't play much of the actual Olympic gold medal game. I don't think we played any of it. We played all the aftermath stuff. Them partying, them going to the White House, Connor Hellebuck getting his Medal of Freedom. Looks like the only copyright issues we had was the opening song that we use on every single episode and gets hit on every single episode. At least that's all I see. But we normally, that one, the NHL will hit you for every single thing you do too. And half of our show is a clip show. So nothing to be done on that show. I'll probably have to delete Bourbon and Boarding off the channel when we do get 1,000 subscribers, because they will not fully monetize me with that many little hits all over the place, because I am not playing within the rules. But I will say we've climbed from 646 subs 2 months ago to 760. We crossed the 750 barrier. So we're on our way to 1,000. So thank you, everybody.
Yep.
So we've got to get you on board with Marsden.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun when we get around to it. But
it is the strangest thing. Every time I'm in his chat, he addresses me. Every single time. Everybody else super chats. He addresses me every time I make a comment in there. I must have made some kind of impression. Now, if we could just get him on the show, which we're working on. Yeah, Darren, we probably will just make an alternate channel that we move the whole Bourbon and Boarding playlist over to. Because we've got more than enough watch hours on just the main channel without Bourbon and Boarding that it's not going to hurt the hour portion of the monetization. So
I do see people doing videos, and this is slightly interesting, about Jonathan Majors making a mistake going and doing stuff with the Daily Wire.
He's already been canceled out of Hollywood, so how is it a mistake?
That's what I'm saying. Like, he doesn't have... It's been over, what, like, almost like 2 years, 3 years? Since
the King fall.
Because when did Quantum Mania... Because it was right when...
About 3 years ago.
That was 2023. So,
but I don't understand the compressed time anymore, so...
Yeah. So, yeah, so, I mean, if you...
That feels like the middle of my YouTube career, and 3 years ago would be closer to the beginning of my YouTube career, so I don't know anymore.
Yeah, so he's effective, like, so this is where I'm coming from. That means for 3 years, he's been trying to probably come back in Hollywood, and no one's touching him.
Right.
So if you're Jonathan Majors, what the fuck do you have to lose? Why wouldn't you at least do something to get back in the public eye and see if you can get work again? Because Hollywood's not, like, he's going to never come. When was Hollywood calling him? Like,
yeah, how is he ever going to get another job with Hollywood either way?
Hollywood, like, as soon as any Hollywood place apparently announced it, let the Daily...
And how much work has Zachary Levi been getting? He's the other person starring in the movie.
Yeah, so
ever since he came out as semi-conservative, hasn't been a whole bunch of people clamoring to have him in the movies.
Yeah, so in fact, Levi is building his own studio in Texas.
Right, which is probably where this is going to be.
Yep.
Daily Wire trying to get in with production on that. Because Shapiro is going to be the executive producer. I don't know if it's actually going to bear the Daily Wire name.
I don't think
and it said he was with Daily Wire, but then it just said Ben Shapiro is the executive producer, not Daily Wire.
Yeah, I think Shapiro might be just using some of his own money, investing in
that's my
Levi's
feeling on it.
work.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: if they can make this movie and keep the budget 10 million or under, they'll still make money. Because in the modern economics, they'll find a streaming service. Look, Angel Studios has a streaming deal.
If it's connected with Daily Wire, they will not find a streaming service. If it's just Ben Shapiro, maybe. Because the whole thing with the Pendragon cycle, they tried to sell it to anybody on the streaming services instead of having it Daily Wire exclusive. Nobody would touch it.
I think that's also boring.
Could be. Because it's Boring's baby.
I think Jeremy Boring probably has more of a hated I think because he's wanted to be in entertainment for a while. He's probably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. There's a lot of stuff where sometimes it's not the person you think is the problem that is the problem. And from what we've found out after he left the Daily Wire about all the dumb shit he was allegedly doing with the Daily Wire,
right?
And like always, every time some controversy popped off, he would start doing Jeremy's razors and Jeremy's chocolate. I mean, he was clearly in it for himself more than the team. I feel like it could have. He could.
But they're all doing things like that. It's not just Jeremy's razors.
I mean,
Knowles has
the
a cigar company. He's got a candle company. I mean, he's got all kinds of crap going on.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
They had the chocolate for a while.
But wasn't that branded to Jeremy Boring?
I can't remember what name was on the chocolate. I think it was Hims and Hers chocolate bars. One had nuts and one didn't. Kind of like Mounds.
And Almond Joy.
Almond Joy.
Almond Joy's got nuts.
Mounds don't, because sometimes you
feel
but
like
yeah, I can't remember exactly how they branded the chocolate.
By the way, that would be a funny bit for like doing an anti-trans like mock commercial.
Use McBride from Congress.
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Right.
Sometimes you don't. And I would and then you could switch from McBride to, Elon Omar or AOC
Riley
or
Gaines.
something. Riley. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Well, no, you could put them with their natural rivals, right? So
I would say
Riley
all trans are natural rivals against Riley Gaines at the moment.
Yeah, you could do
Leah Thomas,
and then Riley Gaines. McBride, the natural enemy, could be Lauren Boebert, because hasn't Lauren been calling him Mister like every time she
Yeah,
gets
I think
the opportunity? Not to mention Lauren Boebert's more bullpen ready than most members of Congress.
True.
She might. I mean, Brahma would drop a yeah for her.
Yeah.
And, I mean,
remember, I'm in Colorado. I get all of her campaign ads all over the TV all the time.
Just be careful if you just start slipping into a yeah unconsciously with your wife present, it could destroy.
There have been certain times where I have not yeah-ya'd.
Yeah.
When she's been out here smoking.
Yeah, we've got to work on making sure Brahma isn't subconsciously conditioned to just do that automatically. So chat, so don't blow up his spot. Sometimes he's got a not yeah for his own personal protection.
Yeah, can't do it every time.
We should have an alternate phrase. Just to feel like just say Brahma can just say, according to Federalist 17.
No, I'll just be like, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So after all that talking, I just didn't pull the trigger on any of the shows because it just didn't look like, anymore. I did check out the band. Was it the one you wanted me? I pulled up their playlist.
Breaking Benjamin.
Didn't really catch me. Wasn't. I know you guys like them. That's great. Just didn't do it for me.
You're gross.
Why you say it like that? It's not my fault.
I have to act like Chad anytime people don't like what Chad likes, like Bryce Dallas Howard or the Beatles.
Fuck off. She's a national treasure. I don't understand why you guys hate Bryce Dallas Howard.
I don't hate her. I just don't find her as hot as you apparently do.
I don't understand why.
And I don't like her with the few extra pounds. Even more.
Depends on what context.
The context of her wearing high heels through Jurassic Park movies also kind of bugs me.
All right.
And the stories that came out that she kind of demanded that.
I don't think she did, I thought, because by the second movie, she was the one asking for it. Here we go. How is that?
Yeah.
I mean, what's wrong with the pounds there? They clearly went to the right spot.
Yeah, she got it in other spots too. I just don't find her that attractive. Now, somebody who has put on a few pounds that I still find attractive, Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Oh, we got another super chat, a post show.
Jim WTX for $5. Just want to thank you guys for a great show every week. Appreciate that. Thank you. And what shall we play? We haven't done this one.
I don't always
much.
watch YouTube for politics, but when I do, it is the Bullpen with Brahma Bull and Lil Chad.
Still hate it when she says it that way.
Yep. I mean, look at this. If this is a proper response for price, damn. Yep. There you go.
I said, yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one. I don't
Just
apologize.
not to the level of some other people.
Rama, I'm
Clay. I'm not crazier about her either. Probably because I just see her as Opie's daughter.
Yeah. Oh, Jennifer Love Hewitt. I felt that way, by the way, going to see Scream, because obviously Nev Campbell is in it, and she's the lead, and she's now put it. No, Jim is a Cavill lover.
Kitty donated again.
But the words don't work for it, Kitty.
So I was going to say, so Nev can't. We've reached the point in the Scream franchise where she's supposed to have an almost like 18-year-old daughter. And I'm like, wait a second. The last time I remember her in like a Scream movie was like Scream 3. I was like, fuck. That was long ago enough that she could have had a daughter after that movie, and the daughter would be could be 18, and it wouldn't mess with the timeline at all. I'm like, God damn it. Because it's 2026. So that would mean she'd have to have been born like around, 28, was it 2008? So
yeah, because I've got a 17-year-old and she was born in what, 08 or 09?
And Scream 3 was like 2000. I'm like, oh, it would be plenty of time. Like it would be plenty of time for her to have, gotten married.
Time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even in real time, forget movie time, right? But even in real time, it would still be perfectly acceptable.
Right.
It's like, God damn it.
So summarization, J.S. Pena, we're going to be okay. Yes. The Iran thing is not going to be a long drawn out war. It will be like every other action Trump has taken. It'll be fast, maybe a couple weeks in this case, but I don't see anything to get up in arms about. We've seen people get upset that Trump is taking actions like this before, and he has done the same thing every time. He's been consistent in what he feels about war. So unless he's completely changing his spots at this point, with 3 years left in his term, in his second term, I don't see any issue. I see it only putting us in a better position in the world. And I think, Chad, throughout the show, we have agreed on those points.
I also see that we've got, like, the chat is getting into a copious discussion about Bryce Dallas Howard. Those are too big, as opposed to Tovek, who's just saying, nope, she's God tier. So, good stuff. What's going on with Cuba? Are they going to become a U.S. territory?
Cuba has no oil, food, or water because they're an island and we cut them
In
off from
fact-
Venezuela. So that regime is going to fall on its own without us having to do anything else to topple them within weeks.
In fact, I would say I would go ahead and give Puerto Rico dominion over Cuba and say you get to be your own thing now.
Yeah, you guys go over there and play.
It's like Bad Bunny ruined you for us. Take go have your own island thing, and we'll be. It's just within our sphere. Oh look, some people are probably a couple minutes behind because they're just creeping. Yeah.
Yes, but they're also probably down below her belly button at this point.
Why the fuck? Yeah, that's what hands are for. You can lift. It's your weight training, daily weight training.
I've said it before. I'm fine with saggy.
I mean,
Eric, I did not see your question, and I don't know what it is about California oil. Let me see if I can go back and find it. It must have been a while ago, huh?
I don't know.
Can you copy and paste it again? Because I'm way back there and I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Bryce Dallas Howard pictures in the side here. So
I bet you are. Copied says they'll be asking us for a favor taking them over. I mean, yeah, because they cannot get anything from anywhere else. We're not really allowing it, and Venezuela was their lifeline in the world. Chad, it's still a show. You can look at the pictures, but you've got to speak.
I'm looking. I'm loading one up. I found an even better one. Like, come on. Why are you not like, what is there to not like about Bryce Dallas Howard?
That's a while back, too.
That is not a while back.
Oh, I guarantee you that's a while
Look at
back.
how big that ass is. That is not a while back. That's fairly like
I was born in the 80s. I am not obsessed with women's asses. I like the front top.
Well, she's got that too, buddy.
I think the whole ass thing has been pushed on us, and I don't like it.
I mean, you're lucky.
I don't mind some cushion there, but I think the whole thing has gotten ridiculous, and I think that either the government or Hollywood pushes on different body types to us, and I don't like it when they do that.
If this is the
because
body
I
type,
don't like the current push of Zendaya.
Okay, it's just, like Zendaya is not in any way like this body type. So let's agree that America would be better off if we were pushing the Bryce Dallas Howard body type more than the Zendaya
They have pushed
body.
it for like 10, 15 years now. Ever since Kim Kardashian had a sex tape come out.
Why now Tina's dropping Lauren, your show.
Yeah.
Jake Wojcik has always been. All right. Agreed, Brahma, but I'm closer to 70s age. Okay.
Eric Myers also says, blame Kim Kardashian. I am.
Look, all I'm saying is Bryce Dallas Howard is built like an anime girl. And that's the body type that we should be aspiring to for our female population.
Sure. And like Sydney Sweeney, her face is mid.
Oh, whatever. She's got a better than mid face.
Doesn't do it for me.
That's fine. I know. I mean, I would say Salma Hayek has a mid face. And people think she's like the... What is copied sagos? I think were we both trying to click it?
No, I haven't clicked it.
All right.
The boob ass debate.
Yeah, will never be resolved.
She corrected it.
Yeah. I think that's where you take there's the
it was
Joey...
resolved for decades.
No,
every guy liked boobs.
No, I think the answer is if you've ever seen that episode, it's a Thanksgiving episode of Friends where Rachel screws up the English trifold and she ends up mixing it with shepherd's pie as a recipe. And Joey's the only one eating it. And they're like, how can you like it? And he's like, jam good, beef good, it's all good. It's just good. I would say they're both good. We should appreciate both. Oh, that's where I'm wrong. Salma Hayek is the one Hollywood woman I would simp over. I mean, I just her face was. I grant you from the neck down, she's
better than Bryce Dallas Howard.
No,
face wise.
No.
Yes,
Bryce Dallas Howard's got the better face.
Absolutely.
Chat. Where are you, Bryce Dallas Howard or Salma Hayek? Better face. So that's a discussion, you guys. This is proper after show discussion. Because if this is kind of stuff where Mad could never be on this show, by the way. He would just be like, ew, girls.
Ew. I'm trying to bring in the Salma Hayek one, even though it doesn't really sound or look that much like her.
Oh, copied is against me.
Thank you for the super chat. Now enjoy. Thank you for the super chat. Now enjoy.
She speaks English.
Where did it go in the list? Oh no, I can't.
Thank
find
you
where
for
to
the
take her out. There it is.
We got a both.
Fixed it.
We've got a Hayek is overrated. Yeah. And going with face Bryce Dallas Howard 100%. Yeah. See, but copied is saying
Gross.
no, so her vote is weighted. Oh, good take. Bojan picks Bryce Dallas Howard. Apparently, good job.
And who does bad take?
Yeah, where's bad? Where's Tina? Where's your call on this one? I know that you.
It seems like you would have one.
Yeah. Eric, yes. If you are a regular super chatter, you can submit the request for the ones that you would prefer. And you are a regular super chatter, so I'm sure Brahma would take into account what you might have a preference for. Oh.
Yeah. Then I've got a whole list of who everybody likes when they send in a super chat, though. Remember which one to click for each person.
Yeah.
Kitty's easy.
Mid as F. Oh,
because
no.
copied, we just automatically do the one named copied.
True, but I will give credit for copied. It makes it easy because for this corner of YouTube, Henry Cavill gets the girls like no one else. He's there. Oh, look at that. That is a high praise. Bryce Dallas Howard for me too with the googly eyes.
Some of chat has lost their minds.
I'm going to
pull a Trump. These people are crazy.
The good thing about being an ass man is that I want to look at the face too often. Don't want to. Don't want to. I was about to be like, I'm having trouble understanding. Now he clarified. Don't want to look at the face. Yeah, you can manage your business without having to worry.
I think you guys have all artificially been turned into ass men by people wearing leggings that are completely inappropriate in public at all times.
I think it's 2026 and we just have to deal with what we have to deal with. We can, look, you know what's weird? They don't
Chad's
wear
like, the second the TikTok leggings came out, I bought my wife 20 pairs.
No, I don't want her wearing those leggings. That's not.
So there is an issue with some of them, huh?
What am I trying to put her on display for the entire world?
How do all the other leggings not?
That's what I'm trying to say. It's not. I lock that shit down. I put a ring on it. It's not. It isn't like it's not open for business anymore. Let's see. Eric says, "Well, there is a Kate Upton one already, so that's good." Kate Upton, Hillary. Oh, Hillary Duff Could
It's
be
just not a very good Kate Upton one.
Yeah. All right. You think it's like you think they're inappropriate. I think they're fantastic. I think well, here we go. Follow up. I think the man that invented Lycra should be given the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, I would have said Hillary Duff was too classy for that till her new record dropped. I don't know. Any of these girls that were hockey hoes may not have been the most like her.
She's heard some locker room talk.
You know who was super hot and has disappeared, but for a little while was like Elisha Cuthbert, because I was thinking of girls who were always with hockey players. But when she did that movie Girl Next Door, damn.
I was thinking Kornikova.
Did you watch Girl Next Door with Elisha Cuthbert?
No, but 24 and Wedding Crashers. Or no, Old School, not Wedding Crashers.
I'm going to be, just think, in a few weeks she'll be graduating. That's great. High school. What?
From high school. Well, we're not talking about cooking. Copied said strangest after show thus far.
I wouldn't say it's the strangest. I mean, I'll say that, this is as active a chat as we've had in a second to cooking. Apparently people are very opinionated about Bryce Dallas Howard. It's like Bryce Dallas Howard is like the Iran military operation of hot girls. Apparently people are coming down with one definitive opinion or the other. There's not a lot in between.
I blame Israel for Bryce Dallas Howard.
We're going to go in there. It's going to be Operation Epic Fury.
Operation Heels. Did we say something last week about us only being right 17% of the time?
17% of the time we're right every time. What is up?
Yeah.
I don't remember that we did, but maybe.
I can't remember why, but I made a prompt that had Rachel McAdams saying the bullpen is right exactly 17% of the time. And I don't know what the actual prompt was. That's what came out, but I'm not sure if I had prompted it to say that. I just went back and was looking through them and was like, that's a weird one. It doesn't seem to connect to anything. I couldn't remember if somebody had said something in the chat or if we had made a joke about it.
I mean, it could have been one where we made it in passing because it sounds like a joke we might have made, because I like doing the Anchorman joke, like 17% of the time we're right every time. Like,
that's probably where it came from. Though.
Yeah.
You probably made that joke on the stream and I just put it in there. But without context, it doesn't make any sense when Rachel McAdams just says it.
Rachel McAdams is pretty
always
hot.
Has been.
I mean, she's a little lacking in the chest.
Yeah, I think she peaked around Sherlock Holmes, but she was
I remember
great in Doctor Strange too.
This is how old I am and date myself, being on the internet. I was in chat rooms arguing when they announced they were making a Fantastic Four movie that Rachel McAdams is who they should have cast for Susan Storm before they cast. No, it was even before they cast Jessica
Alba,
because this was before they had announced any of the casting. Back then there was internet forums you would just bitch about things on. So I was
going on Game Facts and going into the message boards.
Yeah, so I was in comic book message forums, and so it was a big deal. Like, oh, we're finally getting a Fantastic Four movie. Who should be who? And I thought Rachel McAdams, because this was coming off of The Notebook, I think, had just come out. That was her big.
It would have been not too long, just a few years after Mean Girls. Right?
Yeah. So Fantastic Four was 2005 and The Notebook was 2004. So yeah, so it was like right before is when they did The Notebook, and I was like, oh, she would have been perfect for Sue Storm. Because I was like, obviously they're going to want to go younger. So she, at the time, Rachel McAdams was a young up and coming actress. I was like, oh, this would be great.
Here's one that might start a fight. Who was hotter from Mean Girls? Rachel McAdams or Lacey Chabert or whatever however her name is?
No, the correct answer is Amanda Seyfried.
No. She
Yes.
looks like a freaking alien.
No, she was the hottest one out of that group.
Absolutely not.
100% she was the hottest.
No.
Yes.
I would put both of them well above her.
Weren't you guys arguing about Emma Stone, or was that another
Friday,
show?
we brought up Emma Stone as a redhead for... What were we talking about Friday that we were casting?
We were... Oh, it's G.I. Joe, Scarlet.
G.I. Joe. As redheads that are actually in Hollywood. But
see, there you go.
She's also a blonde.
I have apparently... I'm winning over Mass Grave over here with all my hot girl picks. Because at the time...
Was it Lacey Chabert that was in?
Yeah, it was Rachel McAdams.
Gretchen, right?
Yeah, she was Gretchen Wieners. Rachel McAdams was Regina George. Lindsay Lohan obviously was the lead, and Amanda Seyfried was the other friend. But it was before they convinced Amanda Seyfried to get like cocaine addict skinny. So she actually was very well endowed. Like the joke in that movie was that she was the dumb slutty one, and with the biggest boobs. Because remember, the joke was like her boobs can tell the weather. So she was doing her weather report.
Yeah, except I think Lacey's are actually bigger.
No, they might be now because Amanda Seyfried got too skinny.
They were back then.
No, not even close.
Seyfried's may have been perkier.
Seyfried was the bigger one.
I don't know. Pull up the poster art.
All right, let's go to the tape.
The tale of the tape.
All right. The only problem is now I've got to contend with pictures of that god awful musical movie they did.
Right.
That to try to.
Lacey was also in the movie remake of Lost in Space, wasn't she?
Yeah, that was when she was younger. All right, perfect. I even got it in profile view so we can get a definitive answer. And Amanda Seyfried. See, you can tell from the cup sizes coming out in the profile view.
No, I don't see that.
What are you talking about? It's clear.
I would say even Rachel McAdams is look bigger than Seyfried's.
No. All right. So look at the undercut to get how big the actual bust line is.
Ladies in the chat ruling.
I'm gonna need somebody who can. Where'd Tina
Lacey
go?
is in every upcoming Hallmark movie.
Like once they lost Candace Cameron Bure and Janica McKellar, it was like, fuck it, we're putting Lacey Charbet in everything. I think she might actually be a vice president of their production, like because Candace Cameron Bure is actually she's
Tina, it's not that big of a deal.
It's is that for what the channel she's on is Great American Family or something, whatever. The people who originally started Hallmark left because the corporation side of Hallmark started making the Hallmark channel be more DEI friendly in their content.
Well, more LGBT friendly, I believe, was most of
the
argument.
Yeah, they wanted gay
Candace
romance.
Cameron Bure is sister to Kirk Cameron.
Yeah, so she left and she took...
The gals are done with our talk.
All right. She left and she took Dana McKellar with her because Danica McKellar is also religious and happily married. So she took
Danica McKellar was Winnie, wasn't she?
she was Winnie Cooper, who was
Yeah.
one of the most evil women ever to grace television airwaves. Oh,
Right up there with Jenny.
No, Jenny is true arch nemesis evil, but she's so bad. I'm sorry I ruined your Black Panther party, Jenny. But think about how she fucked with. I mean, I get it. Her brother died in Vietnam. She was messed up because of it, but she fucked.
I haven't
with,
watched Wonder Years in so long.
She was messing. She was hot and cold for Kevin Arnold all through the show. By the way, that show has as clips go, can as a grown man now rewatching it, there's 2 episodes that break me. One is the where they get the dog, and I had a beagle, and so the dog in it was a beagle. And at the end of the episode, when Stern is doing the voiceover, he's talking about how loyal and happy, loving the dog was. Fuck cats, dogs are where it's at. And so that one gets
Remember,
me.
half of the females in our chat are named Kitty in one way or another.
I have to stay true to myself. And then the other
I'm not
is
a cat person either.
And it was
when the dad died.
When I felt like, I mean, it was unnecessary, but I guess that was what was going to be they rushed. They were supposed to have one more season, and ABC ended up canceling the show. So they did a voiceover to kind of fill in what was going to be the content of the last season, which was the dad had a heart attack while he was running the factory that he had started, the furniture factory, with Wayne, his older brother. And so in
Which
the
key takeaway is don't get involved in furniture, because they also did that on the Goldbergs. They just had the dad suddenly killed off because apparently he couldn't behave on set, and he sold furniture.
Yeah. So they're just giving the voiceover. So he's just like, oh, mom was great. She did all this stuff. She had to because dad passed away the next year. It was like, God damn it.
Right.
But they don't end the show right there. They do a part where like after the voiceover, they cut back and it's him and his dad just having like a soda sitting at the table after the 4th of July parade as the fireworks are going off. And
I think it's funny that Hollywood does this. They've turned dads into absolute idiots for the most part in most TV series. But anytime the dad is actually just a normal type of dude, they will just kill him off for emotional effect because they know that dads are actually important. The Wonder Years, the Goldbergs, both the grandfather and the dad die in that show. I mean, they had killed off Dan and Roseanne and then brought him back. And then, like young Sheldon, they have the dad die.
Well, young Sheldon was trapped because that's
right,
the
because they had announced it in the other show. Right.
And
but they did
say,
make him a role model in the show. And then I understand they had to kill him off based off of Big Bang Theory. But, I mean, they do it for the emotional effect.
So I will say, in young Sheldon's defense, they waited till the last season to do it. They waited till like the next to the last episode to do it. And they also, all right, so there's a couple of things that were like canon items for his dad. One was that he died while Sheldon was still young. And the other was that the reason Sheldon
that he had an affair
knocked on the door was that he caught his dad with another woman. They fixed that because they had done all the work where they showed him being a great dad. And so what happened is Sheldon walks in and he sees his dad with a blonde woman.
The neighbor lady.
No, it turns out he assumed it was the neighbor lady, but what it was, when they showed this in young Sheldon, was that it was his mom was wearing an outfit to spice things up. and a
I
wig.
haven't watched the last season yet, so
No, yeah. So it basically redeems him. So he never did the one thing that Sheldon thought was wrong, and because Sheldon never brought that up to his mom, she could never correct him. So what he thought was his dad. So I think the guy who made Young, and it's the same creators, genuinely had affection for the character and actually cleaned up like the one thing that was supposed to be his big failing. And they lead into the fact that at the in the very end of the last episode, where it turns out like Sheldon is just writing his memoirs, they have Amy, the one girl, the Blossom, whatever her name is,
Yeah.
the actress who plays his wife, basically retconning it so he understands how like she's trying to get him to go to his son's hockey game because in a strange twist, his son's
a
likes
jock.
to do athletics, and she, to get him to do it, she points out how much his father went to the things he wanted to do, even though he had no idea. Like, he was there to support his son, and it can tell you, like, I think that show especially was really good at being genuinely loving of the character.
Right, and I'm not saying it's
father.
wrong.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if you want an emotional effect, what Hollywood does know is that if you kill off the dad, the good dad, that has more emotional effect on most people than almost any other thing you can do in the show.
Yeah, I mean, because
people actually feel it, the absence of the father.
Well, it's also
and
something.
Folsom said Goldberg's was based on the actual events from the writer's life. They wrote off the dad because the actor was a problem.
I think
I don't know when he was supposed to die.
I think the
guy who
grandfather
played the
died.
grandfather died.
Yeah,
the
I
actual
think-
actor.
Yeah, so
they
I was
may
gonna
have
say-
they may have expertly put it in there, but it was based on events that were about the actors, not about what actually happened that was written down from his life. at
This
the,
is
the timeline.
So I agree with Brahma about like it is emotionally impactful, but this is where I'm going to say the real world gives them that, because it is much truer that men work themselves into an early grave than women. Statistically, we die younger. We tend to have heart attack, like especially these shows that are set 20, 30 years
More
ago.
likely to self-delete.
More likely self-delete, but also very common that we have heart attacks and die.
Right.
So it is, I think, is also true. I mean, hell, it was in Quantum Leap. Remember the leap home where Sam goes back to his own teenage self, and he's trying to convince his dad, to change his diet so he doesn't have a heart attack and die. And he ends up not helping. His father still passes away, but he ends up, and it was a great 2-part episode. The second episode, he gets to go to Vietnam and save his brother's life, which was really good for him. But it was also interesting in that he also, in order to save his brother's life, he had to let Al still maintain being a POW when he could have saved him. So, that show, highly underrated. Love Quantum Leap, the original one. It's a good.
The thing with dads is dads can be used to pull at the heartstrings. Like, even though men are typically the less emotional, the father to children relationship can be used to pull on heartstrings. I mean, look at Cats in the Cradle.
Yeah.
I've seen grown men weep listening to that song for the first time.
All right, so here's a question for Chadley and Taste regarding Big Bang Theory. Penny or Bernadette, which is Kaylee Cuoco
Bernadette.
or Melissa Rauch? Yeah, because honestly, here's the thing. That voice is fake. So when you hear her normal voice, the one thing that would be grating goes away. And she's actually built, I think, much better than Kaylee Cuoco. She's built.
Really built.
Yeah, she's
They
really
hit it
built.
well.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, so they
hide
aren't
it.
dipping.
They hide it on the new Night Court also,
Yep.
because she's always in her judge robes.
I think that was already canceled.
I'm sure it was
Yeah.
because it was horrible, but they did hide her on that.
All right, so yeah, so what copied is right. They aren't depicted as heroes often enough in the end. I mean, which is weird because in the 80s, at least, I'll say the 80s was the golden age of the father on television. They
Yeah.
didn't, none of them died until, like, because remember, Roseanne started in the very late 80s, but it was more a 90s show. And they killed
Right.
Dan into the run in the 90s. But, you know, Growing Pains,
Growing
they
Pains,
had
Family Ties.
Family Ties.
Although Family Ties, the parents were wacko leftists. They were hippies. But they weren't outright idiots. And they did love their families. You had basically the whole TGIF lineup.
Yep. What other shows? Because every channel was like, I mean, fuck, even Mr. Belvedere, you had Bob Euchre, who
Yeah.
was a great, I mean, they were all good, just good dads, and that's why I think 80s television was like,
Yeah, what's the one with Tony Danza and
that was
Phyllis before she went insane?
Who's the Boss?
Who's the Boss?
Angela
Charles
Mona
in Charge
of Our Days and Our Nights, yeah.
Yeah.
Which was a sort of sequel to Joni
You had
Loves
Family
Cha-Cha.
Matters, Step by Step. I mean, yeah, you're getting into a little bit of the 90s. And then, of course, you had Home Improvement.
Oh, yeah, Home Improvement
And
was
then
a good one.
Basically everything that he's in.
Tim
You'll
Allen.
have, yeah, anything that Tim Allen is in where it's a family type situation. He may play a goofy idiot in some things, but he also is probably the wisest person in the household. Mannerism stupid, but not his takes on things.
Maybe, you know what we should do those on Ascendant Art. We should do a bracket for sitcom dads. Who's S tier, who's A tier, who's terrible. Like,
sure,
that would be a good. I think that would probably get very rambunctious in chat too. People have their favorite sitcom dads. It's a very,
and then of course Cosby.
I mean, that's
although
the sad
he
thing
tainted it later.
Yeah, he was great for the 80s, most of it. I even liked, I mean, they're doing a reboot of A Different World, the spinoff from The Cosby Show, which is interesting.
Why?
Because it's less tainted by Cosby, so they can do it, because they can't do a spinoff or a reboot of The Cosby Show.
Then you've got all the kids who didn't have any parents. Like,
but they're, you know,
Saved
it's
by the
funny.
Bell, you never saw any parents in that show.
No, you
Like,
saw Zach's
rarely
parents
saw
once.
Zach's dad.
You also saw his mom in the episode where he was lying to her about not being able to go to the Mamas and the Papas concert, which was interesting. What was I gonna say? A Different World was really weird for me because Cree Summer was one of the screen actresses, and you don't realize how much Cree Summer has impacted your childhood at our age level until you hear that voice coming out of a real person, because she was the voice of Penny and Inspector Gadget. She's done cartoon voices for things for everything. And then when I'm like, holy shit, that's a real person. And she's an actress. Good for her. If you look up Cree Summer's like voice acting credits, all you're going to see is
Yeah,
80s
I have no
cartoons.
idea who she is. So
Yeah.
I didn't watch Cosby or the spinoff.
Yeah, it was cool. Melissa Bonet and Bill Cosby didn't get along, but she was a popular character, so they gave her the spinoff. Yeah, Different World is the show that had Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wayne, and he was the
Isn't
one.
it just Lisa Bonet?
Isn't it Lisa Bonet? What did I say? Lisa Bonet?
You said Melissa.
Melissa Bonet? No, yeah, Lisa Bonet. She who was with Lenny Kravitz for a while, then was married to Jason Momoa. By the way, their
Right.
kids together
Or-
are going to be the ones in the Dune sequel.
Well, one of their kids was already in the Creed movies. Isn't that who Creed's married to? Is one of Bonet's?
No,
Kravitz
that's
and Bonet's?
no.
No,
That was
I thought the deaf chick was one.
No,
was
she's one she was the one in Thor Ragnarok.
or
It's
Kravitz.
no, what is her name? She is, but she's not.
Valkyrie is not.
No, it's I don't think so. I'll double check. But Tessa Thompson.
Tessa Thompson.
She is born in 1983. So, yeah, definitely not. She's our age.
I thought one of their kids was already in movies.
Yeah, the one who's going to be in Dune.
Tessa Thompson is also a stick of wood acting, much like Zendaya and many others.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan. She was okay. Again, the first season of Westworld I think is fantastic. And if they had just stopped right there, it would have been probably one of the greatest things that had ever been put into television. But after the first season, when they came back, they needed to, because they got in trouble because the first season was a quote unquote misogynistic. So they had to like overcorrect, even though it was such a great. Just watch season 1 of Westworld. Don't pretend there's no other content for it, and you'll be perfectly happy. It ends very satisfyingly. Sounds like y'all should plan a tier list of 80s chicks for Ascendant Art. Oh, I mean, they're all old and dying now. I don't want like the 80s chicks are.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Zoe Kravitz.
Oh yeah, Zoe Kravitz. Yeah, she's been in stuff. She was in Fantastic Beasts, the X-Men, First Class.
Yeah, the Batman.
Yeah, where she was. Oh, those movies. Shailene. I never got Shailene Woodley. When I found out that Aaron Rodgers was engaged to her, I was like, "What is wrong with you, man?" She's like,
after Munn.
No, before he was
Munn.
Her. He was with her before Munn, and I guess Olivia Munn's with John Mulaney now. They have kids. It's weird.
He's coming to town sometime in the next week to do a show. I know Matt likes him. I'm not a fan. I don't think he's that funny, and I don't think the shows that he's written have been funny.
I've occasionally liked the sketches he's written for Saturday Night Live when he's hosted, but because he did one like we can't show it because Saturday Night Live strikes the shit out of you too. It was called "What's That Name," and they had a character. I think it was Cicely Tyson was the female contestant on the game show, and the host was like, "It says here that you're a woman who doesn't support other women. You want to say anything to the young women out there?" And she's like, "No." And he's like, "All right."
And Eric, the stick of wood comment about Tessa Thompson is not about her figure; it's about her acting ability.
Yeah, it's the new generation just doesn't.
The inability to express any emotion on your face, other than maybe anger. Like, this goes all the way back to Michelle Rodriguez for me. I think she's one of the worst actresses out there, just trying to, curl her lip nonstop to look like she's tough. And then you've got the ones that just can't even do that, like Zendaya. I know nothing about the actress you're talking about, but I did pull up the picture, and the stick of wood is not what that comment was about.
All right, I'm both annoyed and relieved Haley Steinfeld didn't get the Taylor Swift treatment for marrying Josh Allen. I mean, it helps that Buffalo gets bounced so early that they don't need to worry about being in the Super Bowl.
That we don't have it nonstop on the screen.
Yeah, plus she's pregnant already, so she didn't travel to the games for the playoffs and things. So, I mean, good for Josh Allen. As far as I know, it looks like they're legitimately together. I still have questions. I don't. There's a big part of me that doesn't believe Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are actually dating. That it's just some big publicity stunt for both of them because they both get a lot out of it. So
Sure.
Well, that would be in keeping with, and Tessa Thompson does a great job playing a cold-hearted, considering that type. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. If Zendaya was cast as "See You Next Tuesday," cold-hearted, non-emoting character, she'd probably be great at it. There you go.
Instead, she's cast in real parts and simply can't act.
Oh, you didn't know? Josh Allen married Haley Steinfeld last year, so they've been dating for years. So that was I don't know. I guess they didn't really. They have not been as a good example of PR stunt cast like relationship versus real one. They weren't making it like look at us together. K-paparazzi, take pictures of us. I'm all-star quarterback Josh Allen with celebrity actress Haley Steinfeld. No, they were low key, and shockingly, when you have that much money, if you don't want to be photographed, you can go to a lot of places and not get photographed. It's
Right.
amazing.
I mean, it's kind of like Jack Hughes, and he's dating like the #1 female pop star from Canada, but they don't ever talk about it.
Yeah, she's certainly not going to talk about it now for a few months.
Yeah. Gonna avoid that. Actually, it's kind of funny because Quinn, the other brother, he was a captain on one of the Canadian teams and got traded right before the Olympics to Minnesota. So he's dodged all of it.
Nice.
I haven't been listening to Megyn Kelly, but I did catch her show after the gold medal game.
Speaking of bitches who went off the deep end.
Yeah. I still will listen to her sometimes just because she does have, people on the show that I think have important points to make. And Megan on certain topics is okay. On the Candace thing with Erica, I mean, the whole thing's completely screwed. But it makes me feel like Megan's pretty disingenuous about some things at this point. But so she was talking about the gold medal game, and she's like gushing over how patriotic everybody is on the American team, how well they answered all the questions, and how great the game was. And she's talking about the two pairs of brothers, the Kachucks and the Hughes brothers, and she's like done this like surface level scratching at their history and what you should know about Jack Hughes, Quinn Hughes, those guys. And since Jack scored the golden goal, he got all the attention. But if you actually watch hockey, Jack is a good player for the Devils, but Quinn Hughes is like superstar level player, like one of the top maybe 5 players in the league. And Megan just kind of blows right over him to talk about Jack Hughes just because he had the golden goal. And she's like, apparently he's got brothers that play in the NHL too. And it's like, yeah, one of them was on the freaking team and is one of the most well-known players on the planet. So I just thought it was funny that she did such a shallow dive on it. I was happy that she was talking about hockey, but the shallow dive, my wife is sitting there with me listening to the show. I think it was during lunch. I just play whatever podcast during lunch while we're making lunch. And I'm sitting there just screaming and yelling at Megan because everything she said is so ignorant to anybody who watches hockey at any level. It was hilarious.
Just being ignorant. Like you don't even know
You're
the
ignorant.
sport.
Don't be ignorant. So, yeah.
It was, yeah. I think it I don't know how you could, if you actually watched any of the hockey, you would absolutely know that they were like who then it wasn't just him. That there
Every
was
game, all they
yeah.
brought up was the Kachucks and the Hughes brothers, nonstop. Any American game.
Exactly.
And
Like
funny thing is, I hate all four of them. But when they're playing for America, all four of them. That's how the
Exactly.
patriotism works. You cheer for your country. But I can't stand them outside of, when we're in the NHL and not in the Olympics or the Four Nations. Matthew and Brady Tkachuk are two of the biggest dicks in the league. And not in the good way. As in assholes. Dicks as in assholes.
Yeah, but those dicks fuck those pussies in Canada right out of the gold medal.
First time since
the Miracle on Ice.
The Miracle on Ice, except that wasn't the gold medal game. That was the semifinals.
Yeah, it was people forget they still had one more game.
Yeah, we had to
was
go
it
on and
against
play
Sweden?
the Finns, I think.
Or was it Finnish? It was one of those Nordic countries.
I think it was Finland.
Because I believe the USSR had already rolled Canada, and so they cleared Canada out for us.
Yeah.
So we got that one.
Copied. We women's don't know sports, just pretty faces. I think there were a lot of women who were gushing over Jack after he got his teeth knocked out and was grinning with that flag over his shoulders.
That's true.
Quinn, the other brother, always looks like his soul is just gone and he's seeing ghosts. There's been memes about Quinn Hughes for years because he always looks like the most disinterested person in life, not just in hockey, in life. I'll see if I can find a picture of him real quick from the old memes.
God damn, we'll cover this on Ascendant Art. I'm watching the montage of all the actors who died this past year from the last, awards ceremony. Jesus, it's like it was a whole year of mega names getting gone.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Val Kilmer. You don't think about it till like Gene Hackman, Val Kilmer, Robert Redford, like all these people in the same year passed away. And that's just the big names. There's all these other character actors. They didn't even put in Hulk Hogan.
And he did have a Hollywood career, technically.
Yeah. He was the Suburban Commando. Terrence Stamp. And of course, they led with James Vanderbeek.
Terrence Stamp was Superman's Zod.
Yeah, Kneel Before Zod.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, what Warner Brothers, because I believe they were the ones who produced Dawson's Creek, right? Warner Brothers Television. As soon as people got wind of the cancer and him having to like auction shit off to try to just pay for his cancer treatment.
Right.
Here's what they should have done.
Vanderbeek.
Yeah. It was actually it's Sony Pictures Television. It was on the WB as the network, but Sony Pictures Television. Those assholes continue to make money off Dawson's Creek reruns to this day. They could have hired him as a fucking goodwill ambassador and let him get health insurance. Because what do we know from Obamacare? Pre-existing conditions have to be covered if you have a group health policy.
Right.
They could have done that where they gave him a nominal salary, not even a big one, like 40, 50 grand a year just to be like within, I think, because he's California, whatever because they have to have a minimum salary. They're dicks about like what the minimum pay is.
Right.
But he would have been able to get group health insurance for him and his family and not having to sell. Remember we saw those clips where he was like
Selling his
signing
memorabilia.
varsity blues jerseys and all this shit to like try to make sure his family wasn't into like debt because of his cancer treatments, and they were paying all this money out of pocket for those cancer treatments. Assholes. Like this is Hollywood talks about like being compassionate and doing all this stuff, but how good, how nice are they where they couldn't even give the guy a fucking job so that he could get health insurance? And they would, I mean, people that like, I know they not, talk about sports being right wing and, but you know what, like the Giants or a sports organization, they will absolutely hire guys as like just goodwill ambassadors to give them jobs and get them on health insurance when they're older if they were somebody meaningful to the team. You see it all the time.
Right.
And what is your job? He just shows up at events and shakes hands and it just whatever, but he gets health insurance now and his family's going to be taken care of. It bothers me that they couldn't have done that kind of shit.
Right.
For somebody like it's, and that's so if you want proof that Hollywood, when they're left wing and they don't give a shit, because they clearly they're not going to get any of that. They could have done that small little thing and made it super easy for him.
But Vanderbeek moved to Texas and showed that he was not necessarily in their group anymore.
Yeah, well,
he wanted to raise his family outside of all the crap that goes on in Hollywood.
Yeah.
So the Quinn Hughes dead face is widely recognized as a viral meme characterized by a wide-eyed, expressionless stare. It's Quinn's game face, resting trauma face, or dead inside. Gained traction when fans noticed a consistency of Hughes' blank stare across games with the Minnesota Wild and TUSA during the 2020. That's wrong. It's been a thing for about 5 years now when he played in Vancouver. But yeah, I was showing some of the pictures while you were talking. But yeah, Quinn Hughes constantly looks completely disinterested in anything that is going on. It's hilarious.
It is funny that when guys
awesome one. When Comix left, I left. Have you not paid attention, awesome one? Most of the time we do a post show.
Yeah,
it's usually completely random and about nothing at all.
And people seem to enjoy it.
It's what me and Chad do when we're done with shows and we stay backstage for hours.
Yeah, you guys think this Bryce Dallas Howard argument is new? It's not.
No. It's been going on for at least 2 years. Copy Kitty coming in with another $10. Okay, a rare early bedtime for me. One last toast from Henry. Absolutely for you. If I can figure out how to make it happen. There we go.
Kitty donated again.
I haven't relabeled the other one, so I don't know which one it is. Was it the last one we brought in?
I don't.
Nope, that's...
I think you said it was just labeled copy.
There it is.
Kitty donated again.
I was playing both for her. I just had to figure out what the label was on the other one.
I feel like that was a... Oh, here you go. Oh, nothing at all. Stupid, sexy Flanders from probably. Oh, copied. Thank you, Brahma.
Absolutely.
That looks straight out of the Wuthering Heights ad campaign, by the way. That movie,
the second one?
The second one. Because I swear...
The one that they took out all meaning from the movie and just made it about lust?
Yeah, which my wife said it was the horniest trailer she'd ever seen. Like, where they were just trying to be like, hey, are you a horned up woman? Come see Wuthering Heights, you'll like it.
Which is not at all what the original movie is.
No, it's a gothic romance about unrequited love and toxic relationships.
And this one is about, well, if you're a little bit horny, you should just go with it. I mean, they took out every meaning from the movie. Every meaning from the original movie to this one. They've just made it completely modern to where, oh, you feel a little bit horny? Jump on it. Ridiculous.
I wish I could see the look on whoever uses Brahma computer and finds all the Kappa shorts. All right, to
That might
answer
get
this
me
one-
out of trouble.
Yeah, your wife will be like, "Are you gay?" Secretly, is the boob stuff just cover for when you have your
Did Mad
bromances?
finally get to you?
Did Mad finally whip his Brock out? To Eric, at least from my wife's perspective, she did enjoy it and felt that it was as advertised in terms of being a titillating erotic movie. It was not, it wasn't like porn all the way. It was, it was for, where it was
From what I've heard, it got pretty deep into the BDSM by the end of it.
I mean, if you're talking about getting deep into what's her name?
50 Shades level almost.
Yeah, well, here's the difference. If 50 Shades was real BDSM, so it made like $90 million Valentine's Day weekend. This
Right.
one was like you've got to think about it. So it made 35 million opening weekend. We know where women's actual desires lie.
Well, and that's the weird thing about making movies like those. Women typically aren't as visual as guys. I mean, that's why the smut market in books is a thing, because they typically get more turned on by developing the whole picture in their own heads, reading things. That's why smut's, well, I mean, all the way back to like the books that Fabio was on back in the day. Those were the things women read to get turned on. They didn't typically watch things to get turned on. Men and women, once again, wired different.
Oh, I've got bad news for the people hoping Candace Owens reels back her Jewish conspiracy talk. Apparently, Israel used its high-powered laser missile defense system in actual wartime for the first time this weekend. So all you're going to hear about is Jewish laser beams.
No, that's actually a thing from what I saw.
No, it's real, but remember, there's one of those conspiracies that got
right, that they've got a space laser.
Space laser. So,
here, I'll bring it in.
Yeah,
I'm still not sure what the classy smut. Yes, that's,
by the way,
that's what Kite is famous for. She's got a clip on Zach's where she's talking about the classy smut and accidentally says classy slut.
Do you know there's a whole section of, I think I may have mentioned it before, of Amish romance?
I mean, that's right up there with crazy Minotaur things, I guess.
No, but it's because, like, I live in an area where there's a good amount of Mennonites. It's a thing where they will go and they can buy the books, and because they actually adhere to traditional courting and values, they can read them.
That's weird. So here is the supposed iron beam for the first time in action. I don't know what we're actually seeing other than missiles being exploded in the air. Because it looks like they're using kinetic to blow up things, not a laser. It just looks like there's lights, going up with the with the missiles.
If it was a kinetic response, you'd see you'd see the trail you should of the interceptor. The fact that it's just the launch path of the rocket and then it detonates wouldn't the way these high powered lasers work is they superheat.
So you're saying these are the launches of the rockets?
That's the launches of the rockets, and then they're
not the rockets being intercepted on their way down, but as they're being launched is what you're saying.
As they're being launched.
Okay.
Because
to me it looks like things are coming off of the ground and then exploding. So I thought it was kinetic meeting something in the air that we're not seeing.
No, so the description was they used it to intercept rockets fired by Hezbollah over northern. So they were Hezbollah, you know, they're near Israel, so they don't, so they were launching
Right.
to go into it, and they were shooting the laser to intercept it fairly close to launch.
Okay.
Which, by the way,
So
would
they're
make-
hitting them within 10 seconds of them.
Yeah, which
well,
is,
less than 10 seconds of them going off,
which
rather
makes
than
sense
the Iron
because-
Dome.
Yeah, you would want something like this, and I would imagine pretty close proximity to, so that you're not missing over your territory.
Right. So you don't have pieces of it falling all over your cities.
Yeah, it does look like they're playing Missile Command.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's funny because people like to pretend that Reagan was a fatata when he brought up the missile defense system.
Star
but it was
Wars.
Yeah, but all you had to do, like, to explain somebody, like, what do you mean? What concept of missile defense is, like, you ever played Missile Command? You shoot a missile up to intercept the missile coming down. Oh yeah. That's it. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah. You
He's
have
like-
missile batteries ready to intercept missiles.
And then, because in the 80s they wanted to pretend he had come up with some wild thing that no one had ever heard of, or like, how out batshit all crazy is this loon over here talking about intercepting missiles? It's like, there's a goddamn game about it, man. Like,
one of the earliest games.
Yeah, and it was super fun to play if you had the trackball.
Right.
Well, playing that with a joystick was a pain in the ass. Don't even try it.
I did think it was hilarious. What is it? The Strait of Hormuz that's
Mhm.
over there, that where they were trying to set up the blockade, and Trump basically was like, yeah, so we attacked their ships also. There's nine naval ships from Iran at the bottom of the ocean right now. We also attacked their naval HQ. They're pretty much out of commission. He's just casual about it. Yeah, 9 ships, ocean, bottom. They're not going to block anything.
It's great. Like, the Navy isn't, the idea of closing that strait once you see, like, if the Navy doesn't want that to happen is not, like, come on.
Right, especially with Iran's military capabilities. Not gonna happen. Do you have to go into work tomorrow or not?
I do.
Like,
I should probably.
Yeah, I figured we should probably start wrapping up.
Yeah, but it's been fun hang. This is what people get if you super chat enough, you get the videos now, and we get these fun long after shows, because it makes me feel like you guys should be rewarded for supporting the team.
And we'll give you one more brunette.
All hail the bullpen.
She is so on the verge of a wardrobe malfunction.
All hail the bullpen.
But they're not real. They're AI.
But that
So
doesn't
can
make.
she really have a wardrobe
But my
malfunction?
brain doesn't think. It thinks any minute now. That's
Chad's like, I'm gonna see something sooner or later during this loop. Something's gonna happen.
Come on, you're telling me that I know you made it, but like, like your lizard brain isn't like, come on, that I see that jiggle.
I'm just trying to figure out what we're going to do when Keri Smith is a guest again, or say Matthew Marsden.
All right, I think
because he's highly Catholic.
What, Catholics don't like boobs?
I don't think so on his show, definitely, but we'll see.
We'll have to have alternative. I think Keri would think it's funny.
Keri might.
I mean, since it's
it's
generated.
It's not a lot different than Michelle and Natalie from Force of Light Entertainment showing what's his face, the guy who played Goose's kid in Maverick.
Miles Teller.
Miles Teller. They show him every time they get a super chat or members. They show
The volleyball game.
Miles Teller doing the volleyball thing. Or the
yeah.
football thing where he's dancing on the beach.
Well, then I think this is clearly in the same vein, and this, since these are AI
And
generated images,
Michelle's a doctor pastor.
is that like a doctor?
She went to seminary and got a doctorate, so I call her Doctor Pastor all the time backstage.
I could say something that would be controversial right
That
now,
women
but
can't be pastors.
Maybe
She's not actually a pastor, though.
Okay, well, there's a role.
But she did graduate from seminary and then graduated with a doctorate afterwards. But she's not like leading a church. She's not a pastor like that. So.
But wouldn't pursuing the degree indicate you have a comfort level with that conceptually?
No, I think it, with Michelle specifically, I think it's mostly she wanted to be as educated as she could on the theology. Doesn't necessarily mean you go into the business of that.
Yeah. That is a discussion that is, I believe, because my wife and I have often where she's constantly trying to find the right church, to go to. Where do we
Right.
go to the right church? I'm like, Jesus said that there is no barrier to me and my personal relationship with God, so I don't have to go to a church to get salvation or any of that kind of stuff. We find one that's great.
No, it's more the fellowship and community of being around other Christians.
That's what I try to reinforce. She thinks she's a little kind of institutionalized.
Natalie's the redhead. Michelle is the brunette.
Yeah, where she believes
Natalie flips her hair nonstop. Michelle doesn't.
Where she thinks that you have to go to church. I'm like, no, read the book. He's very clear. He's the path, the way, all that. But it's very clear that you have your personal relationship with God. You don't need an institution aside from whatever support you believe you derive from it. You don't need to have it to be saved or be redeemed.
DB, my personal beliefs is it's not a thing about priests, or I don't think you can be the head pastor of a church as a woman. That is not the leadership role you were called to as a woman. That is a man's position. And I think the Bible pretty clearly states that a man should be the head of the church and be the shepherd. I think women could possibly be deacons or maybe even associate pastors, but they are not to lead the church. Chad, do you have a take outside of that or different than that?
No, I'm kind of in the same tuning, but here's the other thing. I believe that logistically, again, if you go back to the specific stuff that came out of Jesus' mouth, he didn't have any institutionalized church structure, but he did give some guidance about who was, there. And I would agree with Brahma from a standpoint about where the leadership and the things are. I'm not going to say this because it's political, but I do think there is something to be said for keeping a traditional masculine point of view and roles that are best suited to traditionally masculine perspectives, while also acknowledging and allowing traditionally female perspectives in roles that are traditionally female, and that is the best way to be in tune with what the creator intended our roles to be. And
just like the man should be the head of the household, the man should be the head of the church.
Now, and I think there's a lot of people who get all bound up in some of the theological, opining that people make about like men being in charge of their wives, and which is like that's never how it actually. What they're talking about is
because there's commands to the husband as well.
There's command, and here's the thing: it's like being most people work in a corporate environment. There's a CEO, right? And there's a CFO. generally speaking, a chief financial officer, a chief executive officer. The CEO is the end all be all decision maker. But if you're the CFO, you can sit down because I'm in the finance side, and you can go to the CEO and be like, we're not going to have money for that. We can't do it. And we shouldn't do it. And you'd go in private and you talk, and you can be frank and disagree with the chief executive. But if the chief executive says, I've molded over, but we're still doing this, we need to be, and you know what you do? You say, I will do my best to execute what you've determined, and we'll hopefully be good to go. I use that as an example, like when you're in a relationship, and male, female, or in this
Real
case,
quick, hold the thought. We got a DA raid. Derek Anderson sent over his chat. I'd like to welcome them all in. They may have seen me on with DA with George the Giant Slayer. So thank you all for coming over. If you could hit subscribe, would love it. We're trying to hit that 1,000. So
nice.
Good to see you. I mean, we're about almost 4 hours in. So we're not going a hell of a lot longer, but we're on one last topic, maybe this one.
Yeah. So what I was going to
continue your thought. Sorry.
Yeah. So the thought is that just like in the church environment, I don't think that women should have no role. And then when they say that, people get bound up in like the men being the lead, it's because they're traditional roles that are more appropriate, and you should have a leadership structure. But that doesn't mean that it's a slave master relationship where anything the husband says gets done, right? There's still give and take. There's still stuff. It's
complementary.
Yeah. And I would say people who have children kind of understand this, and the best parenting structure is
Nurture
where you
and
guys
discipline.
But you're also where you're united in front of the child. So if you have your disagreements, it's behind like the closed doors, and you still come out and show a united front. Like if I'm like, as the father, if she's telling my son to do something, even if I'm disagreeing with what she's trying to tell my son to do at that moment, and my son turns to me and says, "But Dad, what do you think's going to come out of my mouth? You heard your
Listen
mother.
to your mother.
Go do it." My son will go and maybe in a huff to go do what he says. And if I disagree, that's when we can have the conversation. Like, I don't know that was the best call. I'm still going to support you, but maybe we think about doing it a different way. So when you show the united front, you do that. That is, so all this is to circle back to, there is a genuine and important role for women within church structure, within religion, and if you're going to do hierarchies and things like that. But I do believe that the best structures biblically, especially from a Christian perspective, are going to be
ADA.
oriented around, a male serving in that full leadership role, being supported by females. I mean, if you're in the Catholic environment, you'll know women can be nuns, but they can't be priests, and if nuns are running a school, who's overseeing, there's still part of the diocese that oversees them is still being run by
priest is still usually in charge.
Yeah, there's still a priest usually in some way or shape or form overseeing it, or bishop, depending on the structure and the size of the school and whatever. So that's my thought. I mean, that doesn't mean I don't think women should be able to go to school and study theology or do this, that, and the other, but I do think that in a lot of churches, when they start letting women, and they get in, how do I put it? I want to be it's more nefarious than just women being involved. They're getting infiltrated by people who genuinely don't have any love for your institution.
You're talking about, I mean, the ones that we've seen where the women have gone completely insane is the Episcopalians.
Yeah, but they infiltrated it on purpose.
Yeah,
we're talking about people who again, if think of it from a military, it was a leftist goal to capture key nodes and infrastructure post, hippie movement. They went after education. They went and why did they go to churches next? Because they wanted to start. We've got the schools. We're educating them at the schools. Now we need to break up traditional value sets So you start going into the religious side.
You attack the religion, you attack the nuclear family, you attack all of it.
Because in the 90s, the driving force for a lot of conservative energy that captured for the first time in 70 years the House of Representatives for the Republican Party was coming from quote unquote Christian conservatives. In the 90s, they were identified as being one of the problems that was going to be a barrier to communist leftist takeover of our culture. So they attacked it on two fronts. The most popular and known front was going after Christian conservatives for being anti-cool, for being like, you guys are against
Dare.
everything that's cool. You're not fun. You're like, but at the same time, in addition
the
to
funny
that,
thing, that was led not just by the right,
the Blue Dog Democrats and Tipper Gore and all the rest.
Tipper Gore.
But while at the same but it's a two-pronged front too. They go after you for not being cool, and then they start putting in people who had just graduated college, seminary schools and the rest, who were leftists, and they start infiltrating youth pastors and moving up, stating and being like, hey, I can help you guys be cool to the younger generation. How about we just be a little more understanding about, like, I'm going to let some people who say they're gay in. We're not going to celebrate their sin, but we're just going to let them, worship here.
Right.
And we're going to tolerate it because we're tolerant, right? We're all about love. And it sounds innocuous and innocent, but they had an agenda. They started this stuff in the 90s. And so fast forward 3 decades, those people who started as straight out of college, left-leaning youth pastors are now the fucking leadership of this church organization. And next thing you know,
another slippery slope.
You've got the rainbow, robes that they're wearing. You've got people preaching from the pulpit that abortion is something Jesus would have supported, which is fuck off when you say that. So I'm saying that I think me and you both agree that the slippery slope is genuinely real, and we keep talking about it, how it's happened.
People call it a fallacy, but it happens every single time.
It's like time. It's fucking undefeated.
Yeah.
Like, it's never not been there.
By the way, DA is here now, so thank you very much for the raid, DA. Also, this is our after show. We've been going for about 2 hours since the show ended. The normal show is the political show, and then we roll the credits, we do our outros, and then we just BS for a few hours or sometimes 30 minutes. Just depends on how we feel. So for everybody that came over with the raid, just to explain how the show usually works, we have a structured show during the first 2 hours. Then we go off script, and it's just us BSing for whatever we want to talk about for a while, and whatever chat wants to talk about. So,
yep.
But yeah, and I love Michelle. I'm on a show with her on Keri's channel. And it's funny because the first time I interacted with Michelle was on Twitter, and it was about this very topic, and we don't agree. I don't think we agree, but that's fine. I believe what I believe on it, and I don't think a woman should lead the church as a head pastor. I don't even know if there should be a pastoral role outside of, say, Sunday school, leading women's groups or even men and women's groups. But the actual sermon, for the most part, I think should be coming from the men of the church.
Yeah, because I think, again, there's nothing wrong with women being involved in the church.
No, they're very involved.
And
women do the organizing most of the time for the church.
Yeah, and
women do a lot of stuff for the church that men are not good at.
Exactly. And the problem is...
And that's where it's complementary, just like in a marriage.
Yeah, that's what the problem is when you start trying to supersede the role. Just like I would say, honestly, if you were in a situation where a man was trying to encroach and take over a traditionally feminine or female role, it's probably going to end badly because
men are not good at
they're not
nurturing in the same way.
supposed to be. Yeah, that's not a good thing. It is genuine. I mean, the phrase gets overused, like with the yin and yang and the balance, right? But that is a godly
It's
structure.
complementary roles.
We are
right?
designed to complement and support, not.
My wife nurtures. I'm the disciplinarian. The kids definitely listen to me when it comes to final say, but they will run to their mother, to try to start off things. So, I mean, because they know that she's less likely to do the things that I would do disciplinarian wise. They'll be in trouble. They know they can talk to me, but they also know that the discipline comes from here. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And that's, I mean...
Night, Darren. Thanks for being here.
I mean, it's an overused phrase, the wait till your father gets home.
Oh, we heard it all the time as kids.
Yeah.
I don't know that we hear it as much anymore.
No, because that's because both the mom and the dad are out of the house and the kids are being watched by nannies or daycare or something else.
Which is a whole different issue that's a problem.
And that is, that is something else that I'm very on the raising entire generation of our country where they don't even have. If you think about the amount of time as a parent you have with your child and do the math, and if you and your husband, if you're a woman, or you and
if
your
you're
wife,
getting home at 5, having dinner, putting the kids to bed at 8:30, you're getting 3.5 hours with the kids, while the government is getting 6 or 7 to maybe 8 or 9 hours with your kids.
And we're talking about like and you're running it through the summer too, right? Even when they're out of school, you're putting them in some kind of care program. So logistically, by the time they're a teenager, you will have had 1/10 the amount of time raising your child as the government would have.
Which is 1/10 of the influence on them.
Yep. And so that's why we very excited. We just found some programs that are, and they're Christian linked, but they're not required, that for homeschool to allow us to do some with our son, some additional like starting middle school and high school level classes where we still only have to do like 1 day a week, but it's very traditionally managed. Like we're talking about where the class size that he'd be in would be capped at like 14. The entire attendance of this quote school co-op is maybe around 200 kids total for all the grade levels from 6th grade through 12th grade. It's going to be, and guess what? It's mainly run by women. Am I upset about that? No, because that's a traditional female role.
A very traditional female role.
Yeah. So
much like nursing.
Yep. So it's so that's kind of so, and we're only putting him in this co-op 1 day a week. So the 4 other weekdays are still with my wife homeschooling, and he's going to be able to. And so we're maintaining where we are. The 9 out of 10 hour influence is us.
Right.
And eventually when he gets to like college level, I'm going to feel much more secure with because they say then they go to university. I'm going to feel more comfortable sending him off because number one, our plan is probably going to be, we're going to start auditing community college classes when he's in high school so that we can start knocking out those credits early. And we're going to be able to maintain like some kind of influence while he's doing that. Plus in Virginia, if you go to one of these community colleges, you get guaranteed admission to the state colleges once you finish the associates. So I'll be more comfortable.
Personally, I'm just against university altogether unless you're actually going for something that a degree is absolutely 100% required, like engineer, doctor, dentist, those kinds of things. if you don't know what you're wanting to do, I don't believe college is a good choice for children at this point.
Well, that's why I like the idea of him while he's still in the high school age bracket. They do basically what's called joint enrollment, where the fundamental classes like English, math, and such are ones
Yeah,
you
my
take at
daughter's
the
taking
community
college
college.
courses while she's
Yeah.
at high school.
Yeah, those are like AP classes and things where she'll probably have to take the test to get the college credit.
No, I think she just goes through the course. I mean, it's a college professor that teaches it every week. And right now, I think she's only doing English, but it is credits that can go towards an associate's degree. Like, she could probably graduate after 1 year of college with an associate's degree after the classes that she has taken in high school. And it's all paid for. I don't have to take out a single dollar for it, even though it's a college course.
By the way,
So-
highly recommend if one of the best return on investment to salary ratios, dental hygienist. If you can
Yeah.
tolerate
Being in people's nasty
mouths, dental hygienists are probably making around $60 to $70 an hour when you factor in bonus, et cetera, et cetera. You can you'll be able to work any state in the union, including Alaska or Hawaii, or even internationally, because the Department of Defense has to, even though you don't get they have to provide dental care across the world wherever there's a base, and you'll get paid well for doing that, along with all that kind of stuff. And you only need an associate's. It's basically a 2-year, and you can take it at a community college. We're talking 2-year where your investment in your education is going to probably total around $10,000 to $15,000, and you will immediately turn around and be getting a job where, if you worked 40 hours a week, because I say if, because most hygienists don't have to, you would be making somewhere around $130,000 to $145,000 a year for that investment. And
hygienists, correct me if I'm wrong, hygienists can work for both dentist or orthodontist.
Yes, you can, because a dental hygienist is a licensed provider in most states, so they are allowed to just do your teeth cleaning regardless.
Right. Teeth cleaning, x-rays.
Yep.
Rubber bands, all that kind of crap.
Yeah. So you're going to get great return on the investment. It doesn't cost that much. And it's going to, you people are like, I'm going to get, but you're not going to get your job replaced by an H1B1 visa worker.
Right.
not at the moment. It's an in-demand job. And guess what? AI can't, scale your teeth. They're not running Claude or Chat GPT isn't going to be getting in your mouth anytime soon.
They may model your teeth replacements, but they're not going to be actually doing the functional stuff. It's a labor job.
Yeah. So Brahma, your daughter, by the way, your younger one, or even actually your older one too, it's a great profession for military spouses. And
yeah, the older one has a kid though already, so we would rather her be home with the granddaughter than
that's
doing
why
anything at this point.
Well, that's why I say hygienists, there's dentists who want hygienists to just work weekends, where she could pick up a shift working a Saturday, and you would
but
make
the schooling is the problem, because somebody's got to be around with the baby, who's now a year and a half old. It's funny because Krigler's constantly talking about his son and what the milestones his son has gone through, and it's like, yep, my granddaughter and Krigler's son are 2 weeks apart, so I get to compare. He doesn't know I'm comparing, but I get to compare where his son is with where my granddaughter is. It's been kind of fun. But We're at 4 hours.
Yeah,
So
we should.
I appreciate everybody sticking with us for the extra 2 hours. And for those of us who have been with us for the full 4 hours, fantastic. Thank you very much. But
please sub to the channel if you're new and you're not already on it.
Yeah, Chad's
would
got to
be
get up
much
and work.
appreciated.
Well, I got to get up and work too. I just don't have to go into the office. But it's 2 o'clock where Chad is, and it's tomorrow where I'm at. So we should probably call it. But this was a fun one.
Yeah, we had a good time. That's what you get if you super chat and do all that. We're gonna probably keep hanging out and talking about whatever.
Yeah, Tina, the good thing with the military spouses when they're young, that kind of situation, for the most part, the military pays for a lot of the major, the rent, all that kind of stuff. They live on base, so a mom can actually stay home with the baby. And
I was also gonna
with a young child.
I'm gonna tell you, Brahma, if she's on base, there's probably programs for her to do some of that education stuff in the evening when he'd be there. Like there's ways they facilitate helping doing that training where you
Yeah.
don't have to miss out.
Yeah, I'll mention it to her, but I think she's also pretty happy just doing the trad mom type thing. So there may come a time when she needs a job, but at the same time, the in-laws just bought them a hangar and a plane because he's starting to take flying lessons. So if that gives you an idea of where the situation is with the in-laws over on the other side, they're not going to be hurting anytime soon.
I want someone to buy me a plane.
And a hangar, their private hangar.
Oh, be careful. If they're the kind of people who are just buying planes, they might be in a certain dude's files.
Right. I'm not going that far. All right. Good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Have a great week. We'll see you next week.